Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk. Make we talk. Unity is strength. Make we reason. Make we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Make we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents yard and broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Make we reason. Make we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Make we talk.
Good morning, good afternoon, good night, good evening, wherever you're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. It's the Mek Wi Talk program. This morning, we're touching on our country, Jamaica. And as we start the program this morning, we're also standing by for a live press conference from the Office of the Prime Minister. Is it? Yes, the Office of the Prime Minister, to get an update of how preparation is coming on in Jamaica. I want to say good afternoon wherever you are. We're also going to touch base in St. Elizabeth. There has been an evacuation issue for the parish, certain parts of St. Elizabeth. And based on what we are hearing at the Mek Wi Talk program, some people are reluctant in leaving. Some people are reluctant in leaving. Good afternoon, good morning to all bus and taxi operators throughout the length and breadth of Jamaica. Good afternoon to you all. You still keep the country going. All bus and taxi operators from Negril Point to Moran Point, try and keep safe because this thing is really coming. As you know, that Hurricane Melissa has going into a Category 5 hurricane. Jamaica at this moment cannot stand at even a Category 1, much as a Category 5. The people of Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth is on edge. We're still waiting for the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. And I want you all tonight, this afternoon rather, this morning, Jamaicans who live in the Jamaican diaspora. I know I came on air and said not one red cent should be whatever, but let us turn this around. Our nation needs our help. This evening, I'm going to speak to some distinguished members of the Jamaican diaspora at 7 o'clock this evening. Hopefully, I can get a former ambassador to come on. If he's in a telephone call from him, we're going to see what we can do after the aftermath of Hurricane Melissa. The people of St. Elizabeth, the people of Jamaica, in particular, the people of St. Elizabeth. There has been an evacuation order given to the people of St. Elizabeth, and I hope they're taking evacuation order seriously. Because we have the tendency in our country not to take heed. And when my grandmother said, when pitney shot fit you, or whenever hit the fan, that's the time you're going to say, oh Lord, if I did know, when it's too late. I am encouraging every single Jamaican at the sound of my voice. If the government give you an evacuation order, no shelter around the globe. No shelter around the globe is a 5-star hotel. Okay? No shelter around the globe is a 5-star hotel. So I'm asking Jamaicans, please take this thing seriously. It is something that is not going, it is coming. And it's only the hands of God. As we go live, it's only the hands of God can turn this thing around. We are standing by to join a live press conference from Jamaica House. As soon as the press conference gets underway, we will bring it to you live. I am seeing something here. The Minister of Energy, Technology and Transport, the Honorable Darrell Vaz, says he has reviewed a focus major from the Jamaica Public Service Company in which embarked the company to take swift action in response to Hurricane Melissa. He also say here too, the Jamaica Urban Transport Company, JUTC, has suspended regular service as of Sunday, October 26, in response to the threat posed by Hurricane Melissa. That's here we go. The state-owned Jamaica Bus Company, JUTC, the Minister of Transportation, the Honorable Darrell Vaz, is saying they have suspended regular bus services in response to the threat posed by Hurricane Melissa. So that is what is happening here. That is what is happening. That they have suspended all bus services. That's the JUTC has suspended all bus services as we stand by to join a live press conference from Jamaica House. Let me say this once more. The Member of Parliament for Southwest St. Elizabeth, Floyd Green, has ordered evacuation of certain parts of that parish, of that constituency, including Treasure Beach and other community adjoining to Treasure Beach. I am saying this afternoon, this morning. Jamaicans, it may take a long while for you to get back what you may lost, but your life can't take back. You can't get back your life. I am asking all Jamaicans from Negril Point to Moran Point, take this hurricane seriously. For the people of St. Elizabeth and the people of Treasure Beach, still in St. Elizabeth, I am begging you, I am pleading unto you, when the evacuation order is given, which of that is given already, go on the JUTC buses. Go to the shelters. I am being told that there is a shelter somewhere that is not really up to date for people to go in there. I'm still working on that. I am being told that. If anyone, yes, I'm being told that. So, you know, as I said before, no shelter around the globe that government has is a 5-star hotel. None. And I'm not taking it for anybody. But I'm saying the Jamaican people You need to listen to the authorities. Yes, they may lie to us, and yes, they may this, and yes, they may that. But in the name of God, this hurricane is not a AI generated thing that we're talking about. It is coming. A lot of people don't like when I talk about certain things, but it is coming. And I'm begging Jamaicans, please, 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 take this thing seriously. Many of us don't believe in a supreme being. Many of us believe in a supreme being. It doesn't matter. It's time for you to talk to your supreme being now. Whatever you believe in. So as we stand by to join this live press conference, I think the press conference is started. Has already started. Let me see something here. No, but it's up. Let's stand by for the press conference. We're going to stand by for this press conference. There it is. As we stand by for the press conference live from Jamaica House, we want to hear what they're saying, what plans they have, if there's any other evacuation plan, and the shelters. We have been asking where the shelters are. I want to say good morning to former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward. I think he's on watching us right now, Ambassador Ward. We have to pray for the parish of St. Elizabeth, sir, and other communities in Jamaica. And when I say St. Elizabeth, I know why I say St. Elizabeth. St. Elizabeth is dear to my heart. It's dear to my heart because that's where my wife is from. And that's where a lot of people is from that I know. Westmoreland is dear to my heart because I'm from Negril. Good morning to Walking in Divine Purpose. This morning, we're also going to see if we can get a pastor to come online here to pray for the nation. We'll see if we get a pastor to come and pray for the nation as we stand by to join Jamaica House for their press conference. As soon as the press conference starts, we'll go live to Jamaica House. But I want to play a video here for you that was sent to me out of St. Elizabeth. One of the owners of a famous place in St. Elizabeth has been speaking to the media. And this is what he says.
Have to be realistic. We have recently get hit hard by Hurricane Beryl. And Melissa again is approaching us even more serious and dangerously. We're asking for your prayers.
Okay, let us break away from that. Go to live to Jamaica House.
Here with you to give you the information, the correct information. I am in so many WhatsApp groups and I see all of these videos coming. Many of them are fake. And so we urge you to please listen to the official channels. We come here to give you information. We bring the ministers. We are taking questions from online also and from our journalists who are here. And so if you have a question, you can put it in one of the chats and we'll try to get to it. Please listen to the official sources. And with me today, I have several ministers and we also have the Met office with us too on ODPEM. We have Minister Desmond McKenzie, or Minister of Local Government and Community Development. He's also the Deputy Chair of our National Disaster Risk Council. And so he's leading a lot of the operations here. He is our prime or minister or focal point in relation to disaster management. We also have with us the Honorable Darrell Vaz, our Minister of Energy, Telecoms and Transportation. He's playing a very, very important role in all of the prep, especially with our utility providers. We also have with us the Honorable Matthew Samuda, our Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, and he'll be giving you significant updates also. With us, we also have Minister Robert Nesta Morgan, who is our minister that's responsible for works. He's been out there working to clean drains, gullies, and supporting our communities across this country. He will give you an update on the status of all of that. And of course, we have our team from ODPEM, They are the focal point for this. We are now in ODPEM's office. The Emergency Operations Center is live downstairs. Hopefully later on we can send you some images of what's happening there. We have teams that work throughout the night. They're working 24/7, monitoring what's happening across the country. We have reps from all of the key agencies, including the security forces and also the JDF there. So we are really getting prepared. Don't worry, your government has done the work, and we're here to report on what has been done and to take your questions this morning. So without much ado, we know the entire country is waiting for the man of the moment, Evan Thompson, or ever faithful head of the meteorological office in Jamaica, to give us an update on where Hurricane Melissa is and when we should expect to start feeling the effects of this hurricane. Evan?
Thank you very much, Minister Morris Dixon, and good afternoon, good morning to everyone. Good morning, especially to our ministers who are in attendance, and of course, all the distinguished persons who are here, including, of course, you, the media, and the members of our public. I want to say that this has been a long journey, but we are in for the run. We are about to be impacted even more by a hurricane that is a major hurricane moving over the waters of the Caribbean Sea. If you take a look at the image that is being projected, I believe that most of us are able to see this, but it shows that the center of the hurricane is now some distance, over 100 miles, to the south of Jamaica. It is south really of one of those points along the coast of St. Elizabeth. So it is really in that general direction, which would signify that it is closer to the western end of the island than to the eastern. You know, there's a common feeling that if it reaches there, that means the eastern part is free of all folly and will not experience anything that is related to this hurricane. But I would like to tell you that that is not really the case. And although the center has moved past your longitude, which is how far west it is, you will still see that the situation will deteriorate further right across the country, and all parishes are likely to be impacted. This is a Category 5 hurricane. There are no additional categories for hurricanes. We go from 1 to 5. Any stronger than that is still a Category 5. And so it is at the strongest category that it could possibly be. The system, yes, it could gain additional strength, but it will still remain a Category 5 hurricane. Now, it is just about at the point where the projected path of it will indicate that it will move closer to the island. Over the past many hours, it has been moving directly west, which means that the latitude has remained the same. It has not moved any further north or dropped to the south. It has stayed at the same latitude, continuing westward over the waters south of Jamaica. So we will show you the chart of how it's moving in a little while, but let me show you what our radar image is projecting as well. Radar, the Doppler radar in Jamaica is showing that there are numerous showers associated with the system. The center, as I said, some distance to the south, but around that center, immediately around it, is a very tightly knit area of showers, thunderstorms, intense activity, also very, very, very strong winds. That is where the maximum winds of the hurricane are actually concentrated, in the eye wall, which is right around that eye. And it's a very distinct eye. It's a number of a couple of miles probably wide. And so it will actually show when it moves, if it moves over the island itself, a number of areas will experience the calm of the eye. But of course, that cannot be possible until you have gone through the eye wall. And again, after the eye passes by, you have another aspect of the eye wall to go through as well. But this system shows, this picture shows that the system is generating lots of showers right around it. There are bands of rainfall that extend some distance from that eye. And here we see many of those bands also extending across sections of Jamaica. Many of our parishes have already started to experience some of the activity from this hurricane. A number of parishes have experienced rainfall, mainly light to moderate, but in occasions it has been heavy rainfall. Also experiencing tropical storm force winds, mostly gusts, but in some areas, those sustained tropical storm force winds will continue over some areas and will increase over the number of areas of the country as the system moves a little bit closer. Now, it is at the point where we are expecting that it will start to turn toward the north. This means that it will get closer and closer to Jamaica. That is the projected path. I have to keep saying that because it's often said that I said one thing and this is something else. But the truth is, this is a dynamic situation. It changes as the moments go by. And so the track changes are also possible. Earlier, I was telling you that it would make landfall in Clarendon. Later, I was saying it would have been in St. Elizabeth. It's not that anything was wrong with what was being said, but there are updates to the forecast based on information that is gathered and as the system moves closer. As you are closer to impact, the forecast gets more accurate. So when I tell you that we are being hit by a hurricane, you know that it is accurate. We are being hit by a hurricane. At this time, I can only say that it is likely that we will be hit by this hurricane. It is moving closer to us. There is just a small window of opportunity where it could continue to shift. The track could continue to be shifted toward the west, and then it could be moving over the waters to the west of Jamaica. Of course, all of us are hoping for that and praying for that. But at the same time, we have to be practical. Right now, the projected path takes it to the southwestern part of Jamaica, impacting either eastern Westmoreland or extreme western St. Elizabeth as it makes its entry, its landfall on Jamaica. Then it's expected to continue moving to the northeast. All at this time, it is expected to be a major hurricane. Right now, a category 5, it's quite likely that it will drop in terms of the strength of the system slightly to a category 4 before it makes the landfall. But still, let us prepare ourselves for a category 5 hurricane, if you can actually prepare for a category 5 hurricane. And then it will move over that southwestern part of the island, moving toward the northeast. We expect that the exit will be just about in the vicinity of St. Anne, along the coast of St. Anne, which means it is not going directly north, but somewhat east of north. So making its entry near the border of Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth. At this time, that's a projection. And then moving across sections of Trelawney and St. James, in the interior of the island through the cockpit country probably, and then moving across along to the coast of St. Anne. So that's the projected path. During this time, it's likely that it will weaken a little bit more. It may exit the island possibly as a category 3. It might still be a weak category 4 at that time, and then it will continue on its way closer to the eastern part of Cuba. So that is the forecast. It is expected that that entry, that landfall, will take place early on Tuesday. That means within 24 hours, tomorrow morning. It could actually be during the early hours before the sun. Is there a sun? We haven't seen it for a few days. but when at sunrise, we still have that time that we call sunrise, whether it rises or not. And so at that time, we should be seeing that there is a landfall of the center of this hurricane. A landfall means, yes, that the center is moving across the coastline, but it also means that the areas around that coastline are going to be most impacted. Around that eye will be most impacted. So parts of eastern Westmoreland, parts of western St. Elizabeth, and then surrounding areas of those moving as it continues to move, the closest areas to that center will get the greatest impact. We'll get the strongest winds reaching hurricane force. So hurricane force winds are expected over parts of Westmoreland as well as St. Elizabeth. The extent of hurricane force winds is just about 80 kilometers, I believe, because it's about 40 on either side of the center. So that's the extent of hurricane force winds. depending on where that center is, we will you can measure whether your area is likely to experience it. But of course, there is some shift in exactly where that landfall will take place. Then the tropical storm force winds extend a much greater distance and should cover the entire island, or most of the island. To the east will be impacted by tropical storm force winds, even though the center is not moving across your area. So if you think that you live in Kingston and you will not experience the eye, and so you are free from fear or worry or concern, I don't encourage fear or worry, but I do expect you to be concerned about what is taking place. If you think that you are free from that, think again, because the heavy rains will also affect you. The strong winds reaching tropical storm force could still continue to affect you as we go through the day on Tuesday. That's all the way through tomorrow. The exit of this system is likely to take place in the evening hours on Tuesday as well. So it's not expected to remain over the island until Wednesday, because there will be a slight increase in the wind speed, in the direction of, in the speed of movement of the system. Right now, it's still moving at only about 6 or 7 kilometers per hour, but it should pick up a little bit as it is moving across us. And so we expect only about 6 to 8 hours as it moves from the south coast to the north coast. The rainfall is what is being shown. The projected rainfall is what is being shown on this chart that you're seeing here. This is showing that you could have anywhere up to 30 inches of rainfall over much of the country. And that includes all central parishes, it includes eastern parishes, and to some extent, some sections of western parishes could see that. If you're in hilly terrain, you should also look out for even more rainfall, because in hilly terrain, the rainfall amounts are expected to be higher. Of course, we expect that you will have a lot of flooding from this. And you can see on the picture that all of the island will experience even up to 20 inches of rainfall over sections of your area. So if you are in a flood-prone area anywhere across the country, you can expect that flooding is going to occur as long as the system moves in the direction that is projected. Landslides are also a very real possibility and likelihood, because as the soil is saturated and as the soil is loose, we are expecting that we will have landslides as well. Moving on, this picture shows a little bit about the storm surge that is expected. And there are some areas that are being highlighted where we see in the Black River area, that is where the highest likelihood of storm surge is at this point, based on the current projection of the track. The center should be just west of there, and therefore they would have the greatest likelihood of experiencing higher storm surges, getting up to like 16 feet. That's a possibility, or 14 feet, I should say, in that area. As you move along the coast, of course, there are some areas that might not be impacted significantly by storm surge, especially if you don't have a gradual slope onto the land, but you might have a cliff face. But if you're moving into the Portland Cottage area, Salt River area, because you're in that little inlet, you also have a strong likelihood of experiencing some storm surge. It would not be as high as experienced over in the west, but you should also look out for some surge occurring in those areas of Clarendon and going into the Old Harbor Bay area. That's a possibility. Also in the vicinity of, as we move closer to Kingston, as St. Catherine as you move from across the border from St. Catherine into Kingston, St. Andrew, along the coast, could also experience some amount of storm surge. And that is basically it in terms of the technical aspects of this presentation. I just want to encourage all of us to have faith in this time, believe that we will get through it, and we will get through it together. Nobody is on their own. If you feel that you're on your own, reach out to somebody. And if you see somebody who is alone and who seems very depressed at this time, seems very anxious, please reach out and offer some words of assurance, because this is not the end. It's the end of my presentation, but it's not, but it is not the end of our time here on this earth. We will move past it, and it's not all doom and gloom. The good news is that we can still hope for that shift in the track toward the west that would take the center off the coast of the island. So I'm leaving you with that last message. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Evan, for that update. As usual, I'm going to take the questions for Evan. If anybody has any questions, we will get back to more questions at the end. So I just want to check if anybody has any questions. All right, over there. How are we going to get the microphone over to you? And please say your name and introduce which entity you are with.
Mic check. You hear? Oh, okay. You hear me? Okay. Morning, everybody. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News here. Question for Mr. Thompson. In terms of the system's movement once it hits Jamaican terrain, in the event of a landfall, so it leaves the waters and it reaches our terrain, the hilly terrain, the valleys, all the different characteristics that we have. How will it reaching landfall affect its movement as it goes across the country?
Thank you for the question, Nationwide News. The what happens when a hurricane moves off the water is that it loses its main source of energy. The warm sea surface temperatures is what really fuels these hurricanes. That's the primary thing that fuels them. When they move over land and there is no source of water, they tend to plateau or start to weaken. If there is a lot of friction on the land, if it's not just flat land that they're moving over and there are lots of hills, that also helps in kind of weakening the system. So that's why we often see systems moving from the east when they move over Haiti and the mountains of Hispaniola, that they tend to weaken significantly. Over in the western end of the island, although there are hills, they may not be significant to weaken that much. So there will be slight weakening, but we do expect that the system will still be a major hurricane when it exits. Hope I've answered. Okay.
I'm not seeing any other questions as yet. And just to all of our students who are watching, you heard some concepts from your geography class, longitude and latitude. Your teachers weren't just teaching you things for teaching you sake. They actually have relevance. You heard Evan using them. And so I'm hoping parents, if you don't know what Evan was talking about, ask your students, your children. They should know. We teach it in school. So we're going to be moving on now after having heard that very sobering assessment from Evan Thompson about this Cat 5 hurricane that is coming towards Jamaica. It's projected to come to Jamaica and will come across the country and will exit Jamaica still as a major hurricane. We're going to now hear from Minister Matthew Samuda, our Minister of Water, Environment and Climate Change, for some additional updates.
Thank you, Minister Dixon, colleague ministers, heads of agency, PS, members of the media, Jamaicans listening and watching at home. 165-mile-an-hour winds, 17-foot storm surge, 30 inches of rain in some places is nothing to play with. I think everyone has been trying to bring it home to Jamaicans for the last few weeks. It's almost 2 weeks now based on the slow pace of the storm, the seriousness of the storm, and the potential damage that it can cause. We've started every press conference where I've had the opportunity to speak by simply saying it is not time to panic, but time to prepare. The time for preparation is all but over. Time now is to listen to instructions, certainly if you're within any of the areas for evacuation, and to listen to reputable news sources, certainly the Met Service, JIS, OPM, Prime Minister's accounts, the ministry accounts, because we're already seeing a lot of false news going around. Areas that are said to be flooded, which are not flooded, which can hamper evacuations and can hamper people trying to get out of harm's way. So we're asking all citizens to listen to reputable news sources that publish the Met Service data and the Met Service guidance, as well as NWA's guidance, and of course, all the guidance from utilities. Moving into our utilities, and certainly NWC, to which I have responsibility for.
As at midday, we will start publishing status updates every 3 or so hours in terms of which systems are indeed up and which seat systems are being impacted. We're already having impact in some systems in eastern Jamaica, which would have gotten the first set of waves where we're experiencing single phase power. But in those areas, it would not be suitable to mobilize generators yet. So you will start to see as the storm moves, well, makes a turn, Evan, and goes north and starts to get closer to us, and power systems start to go down. You will start to see disruption to water systems, we imagine, later this evening, going into early morning tomorrow. So we are encouraging everyone to backfill their storage, whether it is they have a tank or buckets or whatever it is they're using to put aside clean water. Now is definitely the time to put aside your water for storage and to use sparingly. Every drop will count. I am assured, having met with the senior management team of the National Water Commission this morning, that we are well placed to dispatch our 50 plus generators very quickly after the storm. We're in constant contact with suppliers, we're in constant contact with our emergency based staff, and we're comfortable with where we are in that regard. I'm also comfortable with the work that we're doing with the JPS. JPS is, as we speak, in some areas, still, I know, doing some maintenance work on lines that go to particularly critical water infrastructure. And that does, I think that is a marked change from Beryl last year. As I said, this is a short update. The time for preparation is almost at an end. We encourage everyone to listen to the notifications and the advisories from reputable sources. We will ask you post the storm to be patient as we get water commission systems back up and running. But we do have things in place, we believe, to get to 80% of our customer base relatively quickly. Now, that getting to, as we've said before, does not mean uninterrupted supply. Generators need resting time. Generators do have to be refueled. We will have to monitor these systems very clearly, but it will be a significant improvement from what you would have experienced in Hurricane Beryl. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister Samuda. We're going to be going to Minister Morgan now, who will update you on the work that he's been doing with the NWA to prepare us for the storm. Minister Morgan.
Thank you very much, Dr. Morris Dixon, and thanks to the team here at ODPEM, members of the media. I see JSIF. I'm also see Minister Mackenzie, Minister Vaz. The National Works Agency, through its Emergency Operations Center, has so far received 15 reports from across the island. These reports include fallen trees, rockfall, down power lines, and landslides. We've responded and removed the impediments and repaired, or reopened rather, all but one of the roads that have been blocked. And we're actively working to reopen the one that is currently blocked, which was impacted by fallen trees. And I think this one is in St. Anne's Bay near the roundabout. We continue to urge people to exercise extreme caution if they have to be outdoors at this time. Rock falls are an imminent threat. We have seen this along the Little Bay Main Road in St. Mary, and there are other places that are susceptible to this kind of situation. So we urge caution. We've done quite a bit of work across the island in terms of drain work mitigation, and several critical drains across the island have been impacted, have been targeted, and we will continue as long as it's safe to do so. So you would have seen even yesterday, we had a front-end loader in the Sandy Gully trying to continue to create a pathway for the water to move to the sea. On Thursday, we also started work on the channel to the sea in the Sandy Gully. And this section is critical. And I want to explain a little bit as to what we have done at the Sandy Gully. We were in the process of planning a massive rehabilitation of the gully, also a massive desilting program for early next year. But the hurricane did not acquiesce to our timing. And as such, we had to move very quickly to the urgent work. The most important thing that we are trying to do is, one, protect lives and property of the people who live adjacent to the gully past the bridge near Seaview Gardens. And two, the bridge that is on Spanish Town Road, which is a very critical bridge. It connects to the ports. As I said before, it connects to Jamaica's most important health facility, KPH, also Bustamante Children's Hospital, if you're traveling from that side. So it's very important that we not allow that bridge to be damaged if the hurricane does inundate that area. We've removed 500 loads of silt from under the bridge or in the vicinity of the bridge over the last 5 days. Some persons are saying, well, we should clean all the way to the sea. That is 1.5 kilometers from the bridge to the sea, and it is 37 meters wide. If that section that we cleaned was 500 truckloads of silt, think about how many trucks and excavators and backhoes and front-end loaders would be required to remove 1.5 kilometers of silt with a width of 37 meters, a couple thousand trucks. So we have done as much as the engineers have said we can do at this time to create a pathway under the bridge so that water can flow. Based on what we have done, the bridge is safer. The flow is no longer compromised. And while we have done much work to mitigate the impact of the impending hurricane on our infrastructure, we want to appeal to the public. And I know Minister Mackenzie has done so, and Minister Samuda has done so, Minister Vaz. Do not interact with infrastructure that you think is compromised. If the bridge looks shaky, do not attempt to go on the bridge or across the bridge. Do not try to traverse gullies that are flooded. We've had historical evidence of persons in very powerful vehicles seeking to traverse gullies, and they lost the competition. So we're advising the public that this is a serious hurricane. Our gullies cannot be used while they are flooded. We know that persons may be wanting to go to their farms and visit their relatives after the disaster, but we must listen to the bulletins from ODPEM and the other relevant entities to tell us when the infrastructure is safe. The National Works Agency will carry out a very quick assessment of infrastructure after the storm has passed and when it is safe for our teams to do so. Because you see a power line falling does not mean that the lines are dead. And sometimes our teams have to wait on the utility companies to tell us that these lines do not have electricity in them before we can clear the road. And those are some of the things that we have to do before we start clearing. But we'll be doing critical assessment of our important infrastructure, and we'll advise the public when this infrastructure is in a state that it can accommodate persons and traffic. So we are asking citizens to avoid using or approaching any road or bridge or structure that appears to be damaged, cracked, or unstable. And you can report such cases to our emergency center. And I will repeat the number. I'll give you the number here. 658-213-2557. That's 658-213-2557 to 60. Let me give it a third time. 658-213-2557 to 60, or 876-312-3991, 876-312-3991, and 876-312-3987. Or you can contact the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. I wish to thank the NW teams, the contractors and first responders, and community volunteers who continue to serve on the front lines of this period of national emergency. I want to repeat again. Can you repeat again, Desmond? Or I want to repeat. Do not cross flooded gullies and roads. Do not cross flooded gullies and roads. Do not seek to navigate compromised or damaged infrastructure, whether it be bridges, whether it be culverts. Report damage to ODPEM and the National Works Agency. I also want to say finally, some gullies will not be able to accommodate the volume of water that is about to fall on Jamaica. I'm speaking directly to the persons on the McGregor Gully and Burger Gully. You know that when it rains heavily, the gully overflows. There are other communities across the island that know when it rains heavily, the gullies are not able to accommodate the water. You should move. The government has opened many shelters, over 800 shelters across the island. The shelters are safe. The National Works Agency and the emergency services may find it challenging to rescue you during the hurricane when the gullies have topped their banks. So we're asking again, while we have done mitigation, mitigation will not necessarily conquer a Category 5 hurricane. So we're asking persons along these gully banks to be careful, to watch, to leave if you can, or to leave if you, well, you should leave, as we know that the gullies will not be able to accommodate the water. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Dr. Morris Dixon.
Thank you very much, Minister Morgan. And as I listen to you, you know, as Jamaicans, we remember other times when we've had floods and we've had rivers that became impassable and we had people trying to go through gullies. And as you were speaking, I was remembering something that only Jamaicans would have reference to, was that Can I Cross It song? Remember Clifton? Yes, that's what you were saying. Clifton Brown, he said, we cannot cross it and we're not going to cross those bridges and we're not going to go across those rivers. We're going to heed the warnings that have been given here. And so with that said, we are now going to be having Minister Vaz, but before that, just reminding you that as Minister Morgan has said, a lot of work has happened. We do have NWA here in the room, so we can also take some questions after, but their teams have been out there working really hard to do as much mitigation work as they possibly can. And so we thank you and we thank the teams that are out there working with the NWA. We are now going to move to Minister Vaz. Everybody wants to know what's going on. We know the airports are closed, energy, transportation, telecoms.
Morning. I'm moving away from saying good morning. And from now until whenever we recover, I will just say, Almighty Father, spare us. Let me start with some of what I've said before. The airports remain closed until such time as the hurricane passes. The toll booths are all open, all, both on the east-west and the north-south, not just on the main, but on the exits as well. And those will remain open until such time as the recovery of the hurricane is at a point where we can reopen. JUTC, all bus service has been terminated. Only emergency services for JUTC, which I'll give you some information. And as I would have said last night, that we have also activated our rural school buses, which will play a critical role in rural Jamaica. We have over 60 school buses that are in all parishes, across all parishes. So those will be utilized, save and except for the fact that because of how they are designed and their weight, in muddy conditions, they will tend to sink. And that is obviously because of the safety standards put in for the safety of the children. But we'll have to find a way to utilize them as best as possible. Sorry. So JUTC, as I said before, regular services are suspended until it is safe to operate. JUTC is in emergency response mode with teams on standby for evacuation at Rockford, Spanish Town, Portmore, and all 5 rural school bus regions. JUTC has responded to several calls for evacuation since Saturday. Unfortunately, only 103 persons have been evacuated. and that includes up to today. The figures for today, including today as of 11 o'clock, is 148, sorry. So there has been an uptick, but way, way beyond what is required for a Category 5 hurricane. Only one person in Port Royal, 42 in Tower Street, Raytown, 50 in Rocky Point, Portland Cottage, and Parity and Sandy Bay, 55. I want to make an appeal again that take Evan at his word, regardless of where it enters and where it exits. There is going to be massive flooding as a result of the surf that is going to require persons to relocate from their existing locations. So again, I can only add to the call, but advise you to listen to the government and listen, or should I say, if you don't want to listen to the government, listen to Evan. JPS report, there are no major incidents currently on the electricity grid. However, the system is beginning to experience the effect of heightened wind and rainfall extending across the island. There were areas in Portland and St. Thomas that had outages, but crews were unable to respond immediately because of unsafe weather conditions. These are being addressed along with other reported outages across the island. At 9 a.m. this morning, there were 51,439 customers without electricity, broken down as follows: 33,633 customers in the West, that's 65% of the outages, 13,009 in Central, it's 25%, and 4,797 in the East, 10%. Outages are increasing with deteriorating weather, and with each outage affecting on average 50 to 100 customers. The major cause of outages are trees on lines due to the high soil saturation levels. There are approximately 550 persons pre-positioned and are responding to outages as weather conditions permit. Let me remind you, take note, the My JPS app and the emergency line 888 called JPS, which is 225-5577, 888-93-5577. Let me repeat those. 225-5557, 888-935-577. Also, My JPS online on all social media platforms. The JPS mobile app can be downloaded from the Apple Store or the Google Play. I recommend that everybody does that so that you can at least report and get a reference number in order to send. So let me say once again that we continue to monitor. I must tell you that I've gotten several calls around the corporate area of power outages, and we have not had any level of rain or wind. So I did have some terse words this morning with the JPS, because I told them that if that is what is going to be the norm in terms of 12 hours to respond, it's not going to happen. It's unacceptable. So keep faith, keep strong, and know that you have a government that is going to be there for you, with you, but you need to be smart. If you're smart, we can work together. If you are not, unfortunately, you will pay the consequences. This hurricane is real. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. For those who are just joining right before Minister Mackenzie comes, just reminding you that Melissa is a Category 5 hurricane that's projected to make landfall somewhere near to the border of St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland. Airports remain closed. A lot of drain cleaning work has been done and mitigation work has been done. Evacuations are being done through JUTC. JUTC has been there with the buses waiting to evacuate people, but many are not going on those buses. And so we urge you to evacuate now. evacuate today because the conditions will deteriorate. You also heard that there have been some outages across the country in terms of electricity, and a lot of that has been related to trees on lines due to the saturation of the soil. And we'll give you the updates again, the key points for you to remember at the end of this. And so now we're going to hear from Minister Desmond McKenzie, or Minister of Local Government and Community Development, and Minister who has responsibility for ODPEM. I'm wearing an ODPEM pin. No, they just gave me a pin. I'm apparently now an honorary member of the ODPEM team, and I'm very happy to be a part of this team. You're all doing a fantastic job, and thank you. So, Minister, please join us.
Thank you, Minister. Good morning to each and everyone, and especially to my colleagues. Welcome, Minister Morgan, for joining us this morning, and to our viewers. First of all, let me start off with some information on our shelters. As I have reported previously, there are over 800 shelters across Jamaica. Of the 800 shelters that are open, only 76 of the 800 shelters are seeing any activities at all. The number of persons so far, the up-to-date information that I have in my possession, which was presented to me based on the networking that we have been doing, represents 972 persons in shelters. There are 4 parishes that have no one in the shelters. Clarendon has the highest number of persons so far, 311. Followed by St. Thomas with 227, and Kingston and St. Andrew with 179. I am hoping that the next update that is presented will show a much greater picture, because I'm concerned that in the parishes where this system is heading, the numbers are small. St. Elizabeth, our number is 27. In St. James, 24. In Westmoreland, 32. And the numbers are very low. I'm expecting that by later this afternoon, we will see increase numbers of persons going to the shelters. We are anticipating, based on our projections and the work that we have been doing, that close to 50,000 persons will be relocated, either moving to safe grounds or in the shelters. But we are expecting that over 50,000 Jamaicans and more will be moving. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, that I again emphasize the importance of the mischief that is being made, the false and malicious information being circulated about the use of shelters. Someone sent me a message which says that there's a fee being charged for the use of shelters. Nonsense. What is happening is that there is an attempt by persons with bad intention to create confusion at this time. The country don't need confusion at this time. The only passport one need to go to the shelter is that you go, the shelters are there, We separate male from the females. Family stay together. Walk with your medication. Walk with some water and crackers for the first couple of hours. But once the centers are activated in a way, there is nothing that those persons who are in the shelters will be denied of. Again, I urge Jamaicans not to listen to misinformation. It is bad at this time for us to be getting this kind of information. We still have some challenges with some of the persons on the streets, the homeless. On my way here this morning, I passed about 6 of them with their cell phones doing TikTok. I want to make it clear. The mandatory order has been signed and is in effect. Let me advise the public that the Director General of ADPEM can take the necessary actions that he deems fit. And persons can be arrested and fined for not complying with the order. We don't want to go there. Evan was here earlier on and he explained the challenges we face from water, wind, lightning. The government is doing all of this in the interests of the country. We are ensuring that the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, as I said yesterday, is on ready, working closely. Let me break to invite the Most Honorable Prime Minister to the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, along with the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management and the other agencies, are fully activated. And already we are seeing where persons have been reaching out, seeking assistance, and we have been responding as we get the calls. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 11:30 in the morning. There's not much time left. We have done everything that we can. And I am concerned. So far, I presently have the team working on getting more details out of the various parishes from our coordinators as to the numbers in regards to the shelters. The issue around the question of cranes that I raised, the city engineer for the KSMAC have been engaging contractors, and I understand that there is a method that is used in the industry that would allow the cranes to remain. I'm not a technical person, but what I do know is that I noticed at least 2 of the ones that I spoke about was taken down, and I want to commend them for that. But Jamaica, we are in the final stage of Melissa's coming. We can only do so much. At the conclusion of this press briefing, I'm going to take a walk or a ride on the streets of the corporate area to see what is happening and try to engage some more of our homeless population to go into the shelters. So this is my brief update on the state of readiness. A couple reports coming in, Minister Vaz, that there are a couple block roads in Portland, and the municipal corporation has moved so far to regain access to those roads that were blocked. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mackenzie. And we now will move to our leader, our Prime Minister, who will be speaking to you. He's been coordinating all of this effort that we have. He is the chair of the Disaster Risk Management Council, and he has behind the scenes been calling all of us ministers and having us give our updates to him. I know later today he will also have a cabinet meeting, and so he is leading us on this mission to make sure that we are ready and that we have our systems in place for recovery. And so please welcome our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dana. Thank you, ministers, members of the press, Jamaicans at home and abroad listening. First, let me say that the mobilization of the government and our other stakeholders and partners could only be described as heartening. I'm generally satisfied that all the entities, the entity heads and staff have responded. Right now, we're here at the ODPEM's headquarters, where the national emergency apparatus has been stood up. This is where all information will be fed and coordination will take place. So if I were to grade the preparation of the country, I'm a hard marker, so I would give it an A minus. However, there are still some areas of concern which we have to be frank about. We have over 880 shelters, 881, I believe. And I have personally visited shelters during disasters. It is not always a satisfying experience, but they do serve a critical purpose, particularly for those persons who have no alternative. I do believe greater effort would have to be made to ensure the comfort of those persons who have to use the shelters. And I am monitoring reports that persons have turned up to shelters and shelters are not, they may be activated, but for example, they can't find the person who should open the shelter with the key. They're there, they know it should happen, but they're just not on spot when people come. It may be corrected 20 minutes after, 30 minutes after, but the discomfort of not being immediately accessible would have already made it into the public domain. And so, Minister, I think we have to strengthen this part of our preparedness of getting the shelter managers to not wait until someone is coming. Once we activate the shelter, it should be open and ready for persons to come in, even if no one comes. And so that is something we need to refine. I think we have addressed the issue of food and other preparations being in place. We have moved them in proximity. We don't always put them in the shelter beforehand because all kinds of things can happen. And when people actually arrive at the shelter, they don't have the supply. So the supplies are pre-positioned and can move very quickly. This leads me then to say to the public, the government is not telling you that everything is perfect. There's no plan that is perfect except the plan of God. And man is fallible, so errors will be made. But that is not an excuse. In a time of disaster, we must take a zero-fail approach to the systems that we are building. So in as much as I'm talking to the public, I'm also talking to the heads of the institutions that are gathered here. Make greater effort to ensure that there is zero fail in our operations. We also note concerns about drain cleaning. Government has said we have spent over $400 million on cleaning drains and making preparations. But yet we see videos circulating of drains not clean. One of particular concern would be the mouth of the Sandy Park, the Sandy Gully, forgive me, the Sandy Gully drain, where there is a clear buildup of sediment right at the mouth. That is where the drain meets the sea. And there is concern that that could cause flooding. Now, of course, I am not an engineer, but from what I've been told and what I understand, the NWA has made a trench, in fact, two, I believe, through that mound of sediment that has built up, which would allow the flow of water. But in any event, if there is a significant flow of water, the drain is already at sea level. And it is likely that what will occur is that the flow of water will wash the sediments and all the garbage down into the sea. So while it is a concern, it could cause flooding. The general thought is that it would not necessarily, in this instance, be a cause of flooding, because the pressure of the water coming down would be enough to move most of that sediment. But regardless of whether or not that is the case, the NWA has made a provision of cutting a trench through the sediment. The difficulty being that it is over a mile of sediment, and therefore the government, we would not have been able to, even with a month's notice, to move that sediment from the gully. So the best effort would have been to clear a path through the sediment. Also, we have taken a strategic approach. I've been informed by the NWA that in terms of cleaning the drains, they are not able to clean the length of all the drains. What they try to do is to clear the entrances for the tributaries into the drains and anywhere that a potential blockage could occur. So close to bridges, where the gully is narrow. And I use this as a segue. Yesterday, I received a call from the NSWMA explaining to me, I thought I saw Audley Gordon here, that they're receiving increased calls for garbage collection. And of course, they were trying to influence my mind to make greater allocations to the NSWMA over the NWA. But we will make sure that all the entities have the appropriate allocations. But in that conversation, I was told that the greatest call now was for the removal of cuttings and trees. It's very important, though late, and the NSWMA will do as best as they can with the equipment that they have to move the cuttings, because it is the cuttings that creates the greatest harm to the blockage of the gully. So I know that citizens are following what we have said, cut trees that are a danger, but then don't move the trees and the cuttings to a point where the water could take them and then they end up being lodged, turning sideways and creating a block in the gully pathways or drain pathways. If you can't get them carted away and they have to be on your property, secure them so that if there is flooding or water passing through, they are not moved into the drains, because that is where the real flooding impact will be caused. So I make that appeal. So the NSWMA will be moving as quickly as possible. I doubt they can be moving now and for the next 24 hours until after the hurricane. So I'm appealing to all citizens, if you have cuttings, secure them. Don't allow them to be washed away onto the roads. They will end up obviously in drains. And that goes for any garbage that you may have at this point in time, because that is what could really cause drains and gullies to be blocked and to overflow. I am sufficiently satisfied that the security forces are properly deployed in such a way as to prevent any break in law and order. Whenever there is any kind of disaster, there is always be that element in our society who is not a part of the common good and has no concern for their neighbor. And we have to protect ourselves against them and protect them as well. And the security forces, they are properly mobilized and they understand how we should posture in this disaster. The rights of citizens must be respected at all times, even in a disaster. And so we have a legislative framework that will not just guide the emergency responses of the NSWMA and NWA and ODPEM and so forth, but it also guides how the security forces will respond. We urge persons to stay inside, stay within the precincts of your home, the curtilage of your property. Don't venture outside unnecessarily because the winds, as you can see, can pick up at any time. The rains can come at any time. You can be caught in a flash flood. So we urge you to, at this time, stay inside. That's the safest place to be at the moment. And that gives less work to the security forces. Looting and other kinds of antisocial behavior, which I would include having parties in the rain, playing football in the rain, running in the gullies. I urge all our citizens, and I make a special appeal to our young people. Some have never really experienced the true impact of a hurricane. I urge you to stay inside. And I ask our heads of households and elders to engage with our young people so that they understand. More and more, we are becoming sensitive to the issue of persons' mental health. Situations of uncertainty lead to panic, and it can lead people to deviant behavior that sometimes we who have been experiencing this matter may look on and say, this is stupid behavior, but really it is just part of the psychology of fear and anxiety that we need to have a better appreciation for, and we really need to talk to our young people so that they understand and they don't make light of it or make more than it is. Now, I'm fairly satisfied, Minister Vaz, that Beryl would have improved our level of preparedness for the continuity of service in the event of a disaster. So between JPS and our telecoms, I'm expecting that there should be a certain robustness, meaning the ability to withstand the impact, and a certain resilience, meaning the ability to recover quickly. I'm not saying that you won't lose electricity. Already, I've heard the report that over 50,000 persons are without electricity. But, compared to the customer base, and at this time, we seem to have been standing up fairly well. Not all our poles have been that were old and at end of life have been replaced, but I gather that a significant number of them have been replaced, particularly in the southwestern end of the island. And I know that the telecoms, they have made the arrangements to ensure that their transmitters and their generators are in place. I gather that there is a cable issue for one of our telecoms provider where some persons may be out of internet, but I know that they are working to have those restored as quickly as possible. The JDF is on full alert. They have put in place their necessary protocols. They have a system where they have specialized teams for disaster response. They call them the DART. And those teams are already stood up. But directives have been given that the entire JDF is now the DART. So their engineering corps, their various regiments and so forth, everybody will be used for the national good if we have a strike on our country through this hurricane category 5 that could cause significant dislocation. So we are as prepared as we can be. Of course, there is still room for improvement. In a disaster, you want to have the country of a singular mind. That means we are focused because if if it is that there is dissonance, then the need for a reaction and the reaction time is slowed, and that itself becomes a disaster. We have always had a very slow, if not non-response to the call for evacuation. And it is a balance between respecting the rights of persons to stay and protect their property and trying to balance the national good of saving lives and the expenditure of resources unnecessarily. I think generally we have struck the balance in favor of respecting the rights of citizens to stay where they are, though we give them the information for them to make the decision. We are in that zone where we have given the information. No one can say that the government was not forward-leaning in giving the information to persons who are in areas of risk. You have been warned. So it's now up to you to use that information to make the right decisions. Nevertheless, yesterday we issued an evacuation order. I'm not sure if Minister Mackenzie listed the communities for which the orders apply, and ODPEM, in assessing the situation, will effect the order depending on how the situation unfolds. Meaning that ODPEM with the security forces could very well go into some areas and effect, I'm using that word euphemistically, effect the evacuation of persons who are there. I don't know if you have started doing that yet. You have? You have started to go into areas to ask people to move and to actually move them. Okay. So I just use this opportunity. I know it has been explained already, but this is an unusual system. Normally a hurricane, you focus on two things, wind and rain, because it happens very quickly. Now we have to focus on three things. It's wind, rain, and the length of time it will probably linger over the country. Whilst we understand wind and rain and what it can do, but if it stays for a very long time, you're not just dealing with saturation, you're dealing with a higher level of destruction, a higher probability of landslides, a higher probability of flooding, even in areas where flooding would not have taken place. So we have to bear that in mind and be prepared. Very quickly, as we move to thinking about recovery, a part of this preparation exercise is to ensure that we can immediately go into the relief phase, which is to ensure that we can get food and other provisions and medicine particularly to persons who, especially persons who are low-income earners, who would have stocked up from Thursday or even Wednesday. They would have gotten maybe a 5-day or a 6-day supply. By the time of the impact, they would have been running out of supply. So ODPEM, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, they must be on the ready that immediately after the passage of the event, the communities that would be in need, which we would have already known and identified, that provisions, humanitarian relief is up and ready for those persons and communities. In terms of the impact on the GDP, last burial had an impact on 2 quarters of GDP performance. It did drag down our growth, and this event would have already started to do so. Every day that business activity is closed, destruction of property, especially public infrastructure, the closing of our airports, the closing down of our hotels, all of that will have an impact on our economy. And we have to therefore be very cautious about how we spend. There are those who would be saying, spend now, spend now. You have to be so careful about how you spend. And so we in the government, we have developed a multi-layered disaster response system in terms of our fiscal management, and that involves first and foremost the funding of the disaster management fund, which is funded, and that's where we're doing our first drawdown from now to do all of this mobilization. And then we have a contingency. So in addition to provisioning the fund, in the budget, we actually have a line item, a contingency, and that's about $5.3 billion that we can pull on. Of course, it doesn't mean that the money is there, it's just that we have budgeted. We have to wait for the tax flows and or pull from other areas, but it is budgeted. And so we will be able to do the emergency responses based upon that threshold that we estimate what a disaster could need to be funded in the immediate time after the hurricane. Outside of that, we have various insurance provisions that are triggered by the threshold of impact, and then we have credit facilities that we have arranged. So we should be able to mount a response, but that is all dependent on the level of the catastrophe. All right. So if it's a burial type catastrophe, or maybe even a little bit more than burial, we should be able to manage. If it's bigger than that, then we'll have to recraft. But what we have done so far is the first expenditure. We have spent it on ensuring that the infrastructure can withstand the impact. So that's mitigation, cleaning the drains, the gullies, and so forth. The second expenditure would be on ensuring that the MPs and other entities that have a kind of direct relationship with communities and people, that they are provisioned. And we have given them the first provision, and that is to deal with any emergencies might happen. You know, somebody runs out of prescription and they can't get the prescription right away. Somebody runs out of food and they come and say, we don't have any food.
Okay, welcome back to the Mek Wi Talk program. We're listening to the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Dr. Andrew Michael Holness, at a press conference at the ODPM, the preparation for Hurricane Melissa. The Prime Minister is there talking about they don't have the money. It is budgeted. $5.3 billion budgeted to assist. And over 50,000 Jamaicans are out of light. There's no GPS there for them. We are going to have some people coming to talk to us. We're going to stay with this feed for a while, but what the producers are saying to me, stay with the feed. Okay.
And I'm looking at where the hurricane is positioned south of Jamaica, moving westward. Given the circumstances, the best outcome would be that it continues to move westward. The models are seeming to converge that it will make a northward turn. So I've gotten so many calls, and I have been on my knees in prayer. And I know that there are Jamaicans here praying for us, Jamaicans overseas praying for us, but more than that, it would appear that the entire world is praying for Jamaica. I've gotten so many calls from leaders from all over the world, in particular CARICOM leaders, who are all praying for Jamaica at this time. I'm a firm believer in prayer. I believe, in our national anthem, which calls on the Almighty to guard us with his mighty hand. And in everything that has happened, in all the storms that we have faced and the hurricanes and the disasters, I am a firm believer that God has guarded us, even in spite of ourselves, even when we deviate and even when we are recalcitrant children. It is clear that there is a divine hand that is at work, and we should continue to petition as much as we can in our private moment, gathered as prayer warriors, as many have done, to pray for our nation. In Jesus' name, we pray.
Amen.
Amen.
There you have it. A live press conference from the ODPM. Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Let's listen to the minister. Let's listen to the Minister of Information.
To the media while we contemplate our prayers to God at this time for Jamaica. Is there anyone who wants to go first? All right, TVJ.
I have a lot of luggage in my lap. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My first question is for PM/ODPEM. There was a talk of the mandatory evacuation for the 7 communities in Clarendon, St. Catherine, and St. Catherine, as well as St. Andrew and the other, about 4 parishes and 7 communities. I wanted to find out, because PM had a banter with ODPEM head about the security forces possibly moving in with persons under the mandatory evacuation order. Just trying to find out, is it that persons were, for want of a better word, forcibly removed? Because he spoke about balancing rights, and how many such persons complied following the evacuation order.
All right, thank you. And we just needed to remind our colleagues, all Jamaicans, of where the areas are: Port Royal, Kingston, Portland Cottage, Clarendon, Rocky Point, Clarendon, Old Harbour Bay, St. Catherine, Taylor Land, Bull Bay, St. Andrew, New Haven, St. Andrew, and Riverton City, St. Andrew. Those were the areas under the evacuation order, Minister.
Just to say that when the evacuation is being undertaken, the buses are accompanied by all elements of the security forces. So they go with the JDF, they go with the police, they go with fire, and they go with ODPEM officials. So that is the purpose of it. We are still talking with communities, but we have to allow communities to understand that, it is not just the way that they want to. But I'm hoping that we will not really physically move anybody. We will continue to persuade Jamaicans. So, and I know they will eventually in the long run.
Okay. And
Just to be clear, as I said, that we are now in the zone of respecting the rights of the people, but providing them with information. But walk with me for a moment. Let's not bring this into the universe. But if there were a catastrophic event and persons were there in the path of the catastrophe, and we were still able to go, because it's a big if we were still able to go, then the country, the government, and myself, I couldn't sit by and see my citizens in danger, and I am able to go and save them, even if they don't want to be moved, and I don't do it. But I couldn't do it unless it is within the law. And that is why we make the evacuation orders, so that if that scenario were to materialize, within the law, I am acting. And so the compulsory evacuation orders have been put to ensure that there is a legal framework for the government to act. And that's why we put in place, we make sure that under the Disaster Risk Management Act, we put in place the declaration of a threat to Jamaica, so that we are able to then do the necessary actions. And then, should the hurricane hit, we would move from a threat to actually declaring a disaster area. So at all times, there is no break in the legal framework under which the government is operating. My understanding is that buses and the police and the military were mobilized into communities. I've seen some of the videos with the police over their loudspeakers encouraging persons. So that's what we've been doing, encouraging them. But I'm not certain if we have done any compulsory evacuation. I don't think so. I don't think so. But the provision is there.
okay. May I, Minister? Yes. Okay. And this is for Minister Mackenzie. You spoke about the shelters being activated yesterday. One of my colleagues in St. Elizabeth visited the Treasure Beach area earlier today. There was no one at Pedro Plains Primary, and the Flaggerman Community Center, I was told, was in poor condition. Some of the windows were out and persons had to seek shelter at a neighbor's shop. So wanted to find out what was the issue with shelter in the Treasure Beach area, and if there are any other issues across the island.
Okay, there are some shelters which will be relocated based on its present location. And there are a number of shelters in St. Elizabeth that would fall in that category, where because of the intent of the system and where the system will land, those shelters would not be relevant at this point in time. we will check on that one that you mentioned. My understanding that Pedro has gone to Newell, so those shelters are not in operation. So I want to make the point that those parishes that the system will focus on mainly in terms of where it lands. We have since last night been recalculating, and we have removed a lot of those shelters that were slated to be used. Okay, so we've been doing that, right? We use some of the shelters. What I'm now seeing, based on information that has just come to my attention, is that some persons now, because of this late hour, they are now going and creating their own shelters in schools, and that was never part of the original thing. So what we're trying to do is to manage that, and I think we'll be able to get on top of that.
So we get an updated list and the shift to Newell, or
Right,
wherever
yes.
that is?
We will be doing that once I get that complete list. I will update and thing. And the shelter managers working with the members of parliament and the councillors and the mayors down in that area has been very, very active working on that area.
Good morning.
Thank you, Minister. Just one point. Yesterday, we had a shelter in, I believe it was Central Kingston. It was very close to the waterfront, and given the storm surge numbers that we had to move those individuals further inland, and so they were moved to a shelter that was more inland. And so it's quite a dynamic situation with the shelters. So depending on the data, that's why we have the Met Office here all the time. And another good thing is Jamaica has its own Doppler radar. So we can see where the squalls are coming. We can see where the storms are. We know I have a lot of information. And so as we get the information, we actually make those changes. So Newell is actually a shelter. It's just that they're moving individuals from one, right, Mr. Thompson? Moving from one shelter to the other, given the issues with that shelter. And so some changes will happen. We will notify and we'll get the message out as best as possible. We do have parish managers that are responsible for these shelters and are coordinating, and we'll just continue communicating. All right. I know there's
another question right here.
Okay.
Right here.
Yes.
Good morning, everyone, ministers and team. My name is Twyla Whelan.
So this is the state of the Sandy Gully Bridge, and this is the section that
Specific emergency response for those groups.
Sure. Thank you for that question.
The Office of Disaster Preparedness and the municipal corporations would have in their record, based on assessment that was done by the youth summer employment workers during the summer, to identify communities where the elderly persons who are physically challenged lives. So there is a team that is coordinating those efforts, and in most of the communities that is known. Okay, and then there is the center here where persons can call if they are having difficulty, and we will be able to respond. But basically, all of those things have been taken into consideration because we have done a survey using the youth summer employment workers and the SDC to collect data in communities, working with the political directorates and the disaster coordinators island-wide.
Thank you.
And some of the shelters have been fixed in a way that persons who are physically challenged will have easy access to our shelters.
All right, you can go ahead. Yes.
Good afternoon again, everyone. Mahiri Stewart, Nationwide News. My first question is to Minister Mackenzie. Minister, you told me last night that extra relief efforts were made in those southern parishes that are expected to experience the landfall first. Could you just tell me how successful those efforts were and what they consisted of?
Well, one of the first things that we did is to reposition items that was sent elsewhere once we took that decision. The engagement with the teams on the ground, including the political directorate, the mayors, the councillors, the members of parliament, working with the various entities, the church organization, sat, we looked at it, and they are presently working. I know, especially in St. Elizabeth, a lot of work has been done to relocate individuals, and then we have to work with the transport authority to reroute transport. Got a call from the mayor in Port Maria about a situation where a shelter is situated close to the river threatening. We have just made arrangements to relocate the shelter. The persons here have coordinated that. So we are working, and it is work in progress as long as the window allows us to work. But we have done all that is necessary, repositioning the items and provide the requisite transportation to get the individuals to where they are to be.
And on the back of that one, in terms of our teams, and especially in St. Elizabeth, Minister Vaz, I know you want to give an update in terms of JUTC. JUTC has been deployed. They were in particular areas last night when we saw where the track for the hurricane had shifted. There were some changes made, and Minister Vaz, you were very instrumental in getting JUTC there. I don't know if you want to give an update now.
Just to say that since we started the press conference, we've gone from 148 evacuations to 301. What have been reported by the JUTC is that the residents are saying that they don't want to leave until late afternoon. So I'm making an appeal. Late afternoon this evening will put you at risk, and it will put the drivers at risk. You need to move, and move now. By this evening, we should be feeling the effects, and it is too late. So we have seen a vast increase in the last hour and a half, from 148 to 301 in different areas. But there are still people with buses ready to move that are saying that they don't want to leave until late afternoon. Late afternoon is too late. I know we have a culture of last minute, but there's no last minute in a hurricane. You need to leave, and you need to leave now. Thank you.
All right. Who has the microphone? You do. Okay. Okay. So Mahiri, you can continue with your questions.
So, second question is for the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, there seems to be, I guess it's safe to describe them as a select few on the outside looking in that's questioning Jamaica's ability to prepare for something as unprecedented as a Category 5 hurricane. But given our geographic location, given our storied history with hurricane prep, how would you gauge the country's ability to not only prepare for something as unprecedented as this, but to prepare for disasters in general, given where we are?
Mahir, I'm going to answer your question shortly, but as this is such a dynamic situation, I neglected to mention that since the onset of this threat, we have received calls of support from our partners. I don't want to list everyone, but I think I should say the UN, the British, the United States, French, the EU, SIDEMA, which is our local operations. And in fact, all the CARICOM countries have reached out to pledge support in one way, shape, or form. And I want to thank all of them, thank all our partners for being so willing to support our recovery effort and to support our preparation efforts as well. I raise it because in the burial in the burial challenge that we had, it was clear that our coordination and mobilization in this respect was not as efficient as it should have been, which is what prompted me to do a review of our operations. And I believe we are benefiting from that review now. Major General Anderson, now Ambassador Anderson, championed that, and I have been in touch with him recently in terms of just going over what were some of the weak areas in the review. And I believe we have now worked out how to have that fully coordinated, particularly Ministry of Foreign Affairs, ODPEM, Customs, and all the other entities that would be involved in managing the international philanthropic and donor experience. So I think we'll be in a far better shape to ensure that there is greater efficiency and less bureaucracy. The Jamaican bureaucracy is legend now in frustrating even our own best efforts. And it is our doing, and we have to undo it. But more of that from another time. Now, there is no infrastructure in the region that can withstand a Category 5. There is going to be damage if there is a Category 5. I believe it was Cancun that had a major hit in the last hurricane in Mexico. And we've seen what it did to Puerto Rico and other islands. And those weren't Category 5s. So a Category 5 hurricane will definitely damage roofs. It will definitely compromise infrastructure, even concrete infrastructure. It will scour roads. It will destroy agriculture and vegetation. No doubt it will impact our ports and our airports. There's no question about that. However, if you didn't take precautions to clear the drains, if you didn't take precautions to move people to safety, then the damage is compounded. And that is why we emphasize preparation, because the preparation lessens the damage and it makes the recovery that much easier. And we accept that there's going to be damage. And so you position yourself to deal with the impacts of the damage. So, for example, we know after a hurricane, we're going to have mosquitoes and we're going to have dengue if it's not prepared for. So, Ministry of Health is putting in place measures to deal with that. I had a good talk with Minister Tufton 2 days ago. He briefed me on what he was doing. But the preparation started, during the COVID period when we bought a fleet of almost 100 vehicles to be used right across the island in vector control. So yes, you're asking, are we prepared? In that instance, yes. In terms of our roads, let's look at it from this perspective. After Beryl, somehow we forgot that we had almost every day, straight to the first week in December, rains. So we had a hurricane, and then we had a tropical storm, and then we had consistent rains. If you were to accumulate that, that's the impact of a Category 5, scoring all our roads. We made a provision, we declared an emergency. We made a $2 billion provision in addition to a $3 billion program that existed before, and we consistently went about repairing. So yes, as it relates to the driving surface, we would be able to recover from that. Where we might have a problem is with the bridges. Because if bridges are dislocated, I mean, yes, you could put up temporary, what do they call them? Bailey bridges. We have about 30 in the island, Mr. Shaw, Stephen, about 30 or less. That smile says it's less. Yeah, that smile tells me that my initial thought is that yes, we would have a problem with the bridges. We wouldn't have enough to be able to deal with the dislocation of major, and even so, the Bailey bridges would only be able to be used according to a certain span, and so it all depends on what the damage is. So yes, if a Category 5 impacted our bridges, we would have a challenge. Thankfully, however, we already have a program in place which is going through the process to replace, how many is it? To replace 55 bridges. So if any of those 55 that is we project to replace were damaged, then we would have to accelerate the process to do that. In terms of telecommunications and the electricity grid of a Category 5, thankfully we have pre-position linesmen. I know that JPS has the necessary stock, so we should be able to start rebuilding the network if it got hit at a Category 5 level. Telecommunications, I can't. I suspect our providers have made provisions and have tried to harden their infrastructure to withstand Category 5. In terms of trade, meaning the distributive trade, the ability to supply food, and if ports are unable to receive shipments, I'm told that we have supplies that would carry us for at least 12 weeks or more. And we have been told by Petrojam, Minister Vaz left, that they do have approximately 10 days of supplies after the of refined products that could carry us after the hurricane has hit. So a Category 5 would be a really bad disaster. But what I don't want is for Jamaicans to get into a depression that it would be the end of the world. What I want you to always be is positive in your outlook, and that even if the worst comes, we will be able to recover. That's the position. Just to say, and we have been saying this for a very long time, but I don't think that the public has internalized it. And I'm going to use this opportunity to say what I have said 100 times already through all my budget presentations, all my speeches to the country, that we're living in a period of time where the norm is disruption through various challenges and events. So the way to describe it is that we're living in a period of time where you have multiple, frequent, intense, overlapping challenges and events. And we just have to become accustomed to that. Someone said to me, Prime Minister, you look so calm. And we're all panicking. We've come used to crises. All right, so it's, as I said, bear it in mind. At any one time, you have multiple, and they will happen frequently, often. They will overlap, so they're not going to be sequential. So from this, you're going to have you're going to have a tropical storm moving into a hurricane, and then out of a hurricane, lingering rains, and then lingering rains, you're going to have health crises, inflation problems, fuel problems, all kinds of multiple crises happening all at once. And that's it. The challenge with the time that we're living in is that they are now intense. So it's not that we didn't have hurricanes before, they're now intense. You're seeing a hurricane that would have formed in the Eastern Caribbean and made its way very quickly to a Category 5 and then hit Jamaica. That was burial. Unusual, but very intense. Now you see a hurricane forming and sitting right below Jamaica, threatening for almost a week. And we have never seen that. Just sitting there, gathering strength, threatening to unleash it on us. Again, it's intense. And that's what we face. All right. Now, in a situation where you have these multiple crises that are intense, that are overlapping.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry. We got to break away from the press conference with Prime Minister Andrew Holness and go on to normal programming. It is now 12:17 in Jamaica. You have been listening to a live press conference from Jamaica, actually from ODPM, updating Jamaica and indeed the diaspora on situations that is affecting us in Jamaica with Hurricane Melissa. I'm going to have Ambassador Curtis Ward. I'm going to call Ambassador Curtis Ward. I'm going to get in contact with Ambassador Curtis Ward to come and speak to us. Of what is his take on it and to encourage his Jamaican people and people in particular in St. Elizabeth. We're going to have a lot of people come on to talk to us. But I want to show you some videos that is coming into us right now. We're going to break away from this long press conference over there in Jamaica. We're going to break away from that where the Prime Minister is talking at the moment. For those who are watching and for those who are concerned, members of the Jamaican diaspora, in particular here in South Florida and other places around the United States and in Canada, they are gearing up to assist. And let me say this. I know I had said some stuff on the platform here, but we have to take back our talk, you know. Our nation is in crisis. And God is turning this thing in a way that maybe it hit us. Well, it's going to hit us a direct hit because it's category 5. And it's going to be a catastrophic flash flooding and landslide. What I am saying is this, that we're happy that the government of Jamaica has decided to give some evacuation plans for people to evacuate. Now, we all know how we fellow Jamaicans are. They don't want to take up and to take up that. But at the end of the day, it's our lives we're putting at risk. Our lives. I want you to listen to a video live from Treasure Beach. I think the gentleman's name is Jakes. Miss Daphne, if you're listening to us, I send you a voice note. Miss Daphne of the Mek Wi Talk program, if you're listening to us, I send you a voice note. Listen to the voice note and WhatsApp me back if you can do what I asked you to do, ma'am. But I want you to listen to a voice note that was sent, well, not a voice note, a video rather, that was sent to us courtesy of a news organization in Jamaica about what is going on in Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth. And, you know, the entire island of Jamaica is under hurricane warning. And we must take this thing seriously. It is not an AI generated, it's not AI generated. I'm going to break away from the Prime Minister for good. I'm being told something else in my ears, so let it stay up. Anyway, we need to take all of this that is going on. It is not AI generated. As well, I hear some people saying it's AI generated. It is not. I think the press conference is about to finish now. Is that what you're hearing? I see the Minister of Information is at the podium, so hopefully it's going to be finished because I want to break away from it. Let me see something here.
It has spent on hurricane preparations. That's one. And
How
I
much
know
money has been
it's
spent?
early yet, but based on the forecast from the Met Office, is it a possibility that Jamaica's catastrophic bond will be triggered in this instance?
All right. So in terms of the number, in terms of how much we've spent so far, won't be able to give you that right now. We're kind of in the middle of, prep. We're not really adding up numbers right now, but we're spending appropriate numbers in terms of what we need to do to prepare. I'm going to add your question on the storm in relation to the catastrophe bond to a question that we do have for Evan. And so I'm going to go through those questions and we'll make sure that your question is answered. So I'm looking for the questions that are online. And I know Zara Burton had submitted some questions. And so I will ask those. And I think she is asking in her Reuters capacity. And I see, Minister, can you please give an update on how many people can be accommodated in the shelters? She notes that 28,000 reside in the affected areas based on the data that we do have from SDC. And she wanted to know if we have enough space for all of them. And I think the answer to that is a yes. We will, and it's not everybody that is threatened. And so we will make sure that we have sufficient space for those who need it. There was another question that she had about Port Royal. She spoke to a resident in Port Royal about evacuation, who said that the buses had indeed come, and that they did not like their experience at the shelters in the past. You would have heard earlier today that the minister has said that there will be food at the shelters, and that there will be security at the shelter. So there's no need for anyone to worry about that. Food has been pre-positioned. We will have food available at the shelters. And I believe there was another one in relation to Portland Cottage. So Evan, if you can keep this in mind, her question was about a storm surge in Portland Cottage. She wants to know if that is correct. I also have a
We're gonna break away from this because we have a lot more things to do right here on the Mek Wi Talk program. We're standing by to join former Jamaican Ambassador Curtis Ward to speak to us about what is about St. Elizabeth and to encourage the people also. We are gonna go to a video that was given to us, sent to us. We're gonna break completely away from the press conference there in Jamaica, completely away from it. Here we go. Let's go to this video here.
Time, because miracles do happen. But we also have to be realistic. We have recently we're asking for your prayers at this time, because miracles do happen. But we also have to be realistic. We have recently get hit hard by Hurricane Beryl. And Melissa again is approaching us even more serious and dangerously. I want people to be aware that never to take these things slightly. Prepare as best as you possibly can. Whatever is happening on the outside when it do start here, please stay inside. Don't try to go outside and say you're going to fix this or fix that. It is already here. With this particular hurricane, Melissa, we would have had quite a lot of notice and we would have taken it very seriously. And all of the guests in-house at the time would have chosen on their own, quite frankly, to go home. Apart from one particular guest and her mother, Rachel, from London, which we have moved to the other side of the property across the road, just next door. But our entire Jake's team, our Jake's family, would have taken this very seriously. We would have battened down, windows and doors. We have fueled up our generator, service generator, have a lot of water storage, reinforced roofs. We would have done a lot of things after the passing of Beryl, to be honest with you. So I think we're a stronger property going into this. However, we always are reminded that Beryl never actually hit Jamaica. Melissa is a much stronger storm, and it is projected at this particular time to turn and to go inward at this pretty much exact location between Southfield and Treasure Beach, which could be very, 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 life-changing for us here. So it's always said that when a hurricane comes off the sea and makes initial landfall, that is when it's at its strongest. So things do not look good for us. They can still change, and the prayers and the prayer groups are really up. I've been contacted from guests all around the world, in Jamaica and all around the world, sending well wishes. So it's one of those scenarios of really planning for the worst but hoping for the best.
We just went to see the musical over in London, Harder Day Come, and she was really excited to come back for her second visit. And just watching the community in Treasure Beach, even when it's not a hurricane, even when there's not anything going on, they look after each other, they look after you. So if I had to be somewhere where there's going to be a disaster, it has to be Treasure Beach, because I know I'm safe. I've been watching everyone, I've been watching the fishermen help each other carry the boats, they're so heavy and awkward, and they're all coming together. I was making a video of them pushing the boat up. I'm watching the people carefully fastening their windows, putting wood on their doors, taking every care. Everyone's kind of helping each other and doing their best. I wish this wasn't a disaster about to happen here, but I know they're going to be okay, and I'm going to be okay. And yeah.
Treasure Beach was once a way of living, a place of enjoyment, and a source of income for many residents here. But now it's a concern that all the residents have. Will there be any form of normalcy after the passing of Hurricane Melissa? I'm Omar Wilson here.
There you go. Will there be any form of normalcy after the passing of Hurricane Melissa? There's trying to recover now from Hurricane Beryl. Will there be any form of normalcy after the passage of this hurricane that is passing us now? We're having a live feed from downtown Kingston, and on multiple cameras we're showing here right now. Multiple cameras are showing right now where we're having a live feed right there from the Jamaica Eye security system that we've tapped into. What I'm going to talk about now is this. We are faced with a problem in this country, a very serious problem. And the problem is this. After the whole thing passed, people have to rebuild their lives, their homes, and so forth. But in the meantime, we have to let them know that their life come first. Their life come first. I'm going to speak to a businessman from Kingston. I'm going to speak to a businessman from Kingston who I know will be speaking to us pretty soon. As soon as I get through to him, I'm going to ask him some questions. Mr. Dwight Moore. He is a businessman in Kingston, Jamaica. He's taken in the hurricane coming and what he thinks about the preparation of the government, how they're preparing for the people. Are they preparing properly for the people? Because a lot of people are saying that the shelters are not good. I saw something where a teacher in Portmore sent out issue a letter stating that the shelter that they want to use her school for, it is not good. The shelter itself need wind, so it's not good. You know, let me see if I can get a hold of Mr. Dwight Moore and to speak to us on what is going on in. Stand by for that. For those who are just joining us, you know that Hurricane Melissa is now a Category 5, heading towards St. Elizabeth. People who knows anyone in St. Elizabeth who can call the program. I'm going to open the phone lines. I'm just going to wait until I get one main call in, and it's with Ambassador Curtis Ward, who I want to come onto the program here to speak to us about the beautiful parish of St. Elizabeth and how he can, in a sense, talk to his people down there. Good afternoon. Mek Wi Talk, you're live.
Hello?
Can I call you back, Mr. Daffy? I'm going to call you back, please.
Okay, sir.
Sir Moore, welcome to the program. You're live. Mr. Moore?
Good afternoon, Mek Wi Talk.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dwight Moore, businessman out of Kingston, Jamaica. Sir, you're live on air. Talk to me. What is going on in Jamaica now? How's your preparation going? And what would you say to your Jamaican people?
Well, I tell you something, brother. First time on your program, thank you. It's a great opportunity. And to your audience, and my message to your audience from where I am in Kingston right now is that there is a magic in the air. The magic is that some kind of divine intervention is taking place. Things are moving away from Kingston. We keep hearing about a landfall, and it keeps moving west to the southern western side of the island. We're talking about going down towards St. Elizabeth area. I'm told that's a food basket. That's still not in our best interest, but it's moving away from Kingston, St. Elizabeth. And Kingston, of course, has a very large population. Lots of flooding scenarios around McGregor Gully, etc. So the government is saying, listen, prepare, walk away from the gullies, walk away and stay far away from any shaky bridges, but continue to prepare, continue to secure your supplies, keep in touch with your older family members who may be alone. We may have electricity go.
Mr. Moore, as
Yes,
I
sir.
have you
Yes, sir.
on the phone here, Mr. Dwight Moore. Let me ask you this question,
Yes,
though,
sir.
Mr. Moore. And but before
Sure.
I say that, though, I'm trying to get a hold of Mr. Edgerton Newman from the TADS taxi group to come and talk to us also for him to speak
Yes.
to his taxi men and women. But let me ask you this question. You
Right.
spoke about McGregor Gully.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of people on the gully bank because I heard Minister Morgan said that the drains are not up to standard in a sense. My paraphrasing now to get the volume of water, and that is why he's saying people who live in the McGregor Gully must move from there.
Yes, sir.
Talk to me about
So
that.
so what they're
Go ahead.
well, I'm not so personally au fait with it, but I'm listening to what the government directives are, and they're suggesting that we are going to see an unprecedented level of water that has never been recorded ever. And so what you're looking at is between these gullies that are the gateways, passageways for water, because people live in areas that are prone to flooding and over flooding, then if we have this new high level of water coming through, then we can expect worst. So therefore, people in these areas are going to be more vulnerable, and they've been trying to evacuate persons, but persons in some cases don't want to go to shelters because they're leaving other belongings, values, or comfort.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, I think the government directives are the best solution for us to follow keenly to safeguard those family members and well-wishers that we have that are in these vulnerable areas.
But let me ask you this question though, because I heard they spoke about the Sandy Gully. I'm gonna show a video after this. The Sandy Gully, the mouth of the Sandy Gully, Mr. Moore, is not cleaned. I think that what they did now is to put a thing through it in a sense, because I heard Minister Morgan say that if they decide to clean the entire Sandy Gully, especially the mouth of the Sandy Gully, it's going to take about 10,000 trucks to move the debris from there.
Oh my God. That's devastating. Oh my gosh. I don't know that we can find so many trucks, but clearly it's a vast area. I heard him mention something like 37 meters wide or 37 feet wide, something to that effect. Clearly it's one of our main passageways and waterways throughout the city. And, some work had started, but the timing of it wasn't sufficient. Again, based on the last minutes that we are now up on, and they're saying if you haven't completed your preparations, then you're almost out of luck at this point. So the key safety guideline now is avoid these areas. Stay away from them. Do nothing risky. Don't try to pass through them. Don't try to navigate them. Don't be brave about it. Avoid.
And in other words, what you're saying, those who live near the Sandy Gully and those live in McGregor Gully, near McGregor Gully, the time for you now and in Seaview is to move from there and go to higher grounds.
That is correct, as well as, to be honest with you, I am seeing a lot of media supporting location of shelters or emergency numbers for ODPEM, the police, and other first responders. And I think we're talking about the McGregor and the Sandy, but I think we have some areas up in the Papine area that traditionally have also had massive flooding and massive landslides. So again, I think the government has been sending out the message. As to whether people are heeding the message, I can't respond to that. But the message being sent, be careful, take no risk, because what we're seeing here, we have never had that experience in Jamaica's history ever before, with the level of water that is projected anywhere from 20 to 30 inches or more could fall even on the outer bands. We may not in Kingston get the wind effect, but at the same level, but we certainly are going to get the water, and the water will not be running off as quickly as we have seen, and flooding is definitely going to happen. That's what I keep hearing. All I can do is heed the warnings myself and ask our fellow Jamaicans and their family members, contact your family and friends. We're going to need supplies after. We're going to need emergency support after. So stand by for those who are overseas, because I know you have a large diaspora audience, my friend. I know you have a huge overseas audience. And so we're going to be appealing. I'm a private sector man. but the government, I'm sure, using their channels, are going to ask for volunteerism, for any kind of benevolence, as Jamaica, land we love, comes under unprecedented hurricane pressure.
I am seeing something coming into my phone here that the Jamaican ambassador to the United States, Ambassador Anthony Anderson, is going to have a special Zoom meeting this afternoon with members of the Jamaican diaspora. I'm also going to speak to Jamaica Consul General to Miami this afternoon also to speak to us on the preparation of how Jamaicans in the diaspora are going to assist. Because, and one more thing before you go, Mr. Moore, is that I have a political, not a political, I have a specific thing to say about St. Elizabeth. I do not know if
that's our food basket. That's our food basket. Oh my gosh.
Indeed. And this is what I want to say. And I hope people not be offended with me, but I'm a very plain and straightforward person. I hope and pray that when they decide to send anything for St. Elizabeth in particular, that the people of St. Elizabeth do get it. Because in Beryl, people did not get what they're supposed to get. And it's something that I know about Mr. Moore. No.
Well, I must tell you, I believe and trust that you're well informed, and I know that your audience relies on your credibility, and that's not an issue. However, I am assured that the government, the newly elected government, is going to do everything in order to stimulate a renewed recovery in the shortest possible time. I heard Dr. Dixon, our information minister, speak to that. And of course, you have seen the press conferences and the releases where everybody is on full alert. So this won't be a time for any kind of political partisanship. And anybody who plays that role at this time with the crisis and the lives at risk is certainly will have earned the wrath of the nation. And as you know, my friend, I always speak about Jamaica, and I'm still speaking about Jamaica. And I thank you for inviting me to your program for the first time and to speak to your audience. And I appreciate your confidence in me. And I'm looking forward to any assistance I can. And there are other things I will communicate with you off air about as we progress, as new developments take place, and private initiatives that I'm aware of are taking place, including volunteers who need to come to Jamaica with technical skills, supplies, food, and other critical resource materials that our families will need for a quick recovery. Thank you so much for inviting me to your program, sir.
You're welcome, Mr. Dwight Moore. And I know you're fully equipped with supplying gas in the copper there, eh?
That is still so, sir. And other supplies.
Yes, indeed.
We're addressing the first responders right now. And so we keep the first responders alive and well. All the police, correctional services, the doctors, all of these people who need to be available to support our country at this time, we are at the helm of providing that resource in the Crossroads area via Worldtron Total.
There you is, sir. There you go, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Dwight Moore, one of Jamaica's leading business person in Jamaica. Thank you so much, sir, for coming on.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate the invitation.
You're welcome, sir. I'm going to speak to a former person now from the Jamaican diaspora, Dr. Karen Dunkley. I'm going to call her now to speak to us, to have her speak to the people of this country and her take on what is going on. And Dr. Dunkley, welcome to the program.
Thank you so much. Good evening to you and your listeners, as always.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karen Dunkley. Dr. Dunkley, there's a Category 5 hurricane heading to Jamaica. And, it's heading straight back into St. Elizabeth again. Your take on what is going on? Do you think the government is preparing enough to assist the people of Jamaica?
Let me say that St. Elizabeth is close to my heart because my mom lives in St. Elizabeth. My family, my grandparents' land, that is where my entire family that resides in Jamaica, that is where they are. And so, coupled with being the breadbasket of Jamaica, it holds personal, sentimental value for me. Hurricane Beryl, despite not being as catastrophic as we anticipate Melissa, if she does come to be, we can still see the devastation from Hurricane Beryl because we are a farming community and we are a small farming or small farmers community. So therefore, when we talk about Melissa, this is not simply a news item, but we are living this within our day-to-day in St. Elizabeth. And I did check in with my mom and she showed me a picture outside and she said, right now, it's raining and very windy. And so like many small farmers, she has had to secure her animals, secure her chickens, her pigs, and do the best to ensure that the impact, whatever that impact is somewhat mitigated while taking care of basic needs such as food, water, and planned for electricity outage. The question about the government being prepared and based on the feedback. Yes.
For me, Dr. Dunkley. I am having a live feed coming to me right now from downtown Kingston with the Jamaica Eye that I tapped into, and it seems it is raining on the waterfront. You can see it is what you're seeing there now is like a cloud. It is like smoke. It is raining down there in Jamaica at the moment on the seas of the waterfront. You can see it's raining there now, and the sea is what my grandmother would say, kick up rumpus. It's kicking up rumpus right now. What we're going to do, we're going to still talk to Dr. Dunkley. We're going to see if we can get a different view eye about what is going on in Halfway Tree itself and in downtown proper, in downtown Kingston properly. Dr. Dunkley, go ahead and talk to us about the breadbasket of St. Elizabeth and the government, if the government
yes.
is prepared.
So I was just sharing whether or not the government's prepared, and I have to commend the Jamaica Eye people. I've been using the eye and sharing the eye so that we can see in real time what is happening. Let me just say to everyone, go to the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management. We call it ODPEM. We've seen that they've issued a number of formal evacuation orders. They have provided an updated list. We know that the shelters are not what persons would choose the first round, but we can always replace material possessions, but we cannot replace life and limb. So we can buy back a settee, we can buy back with TV, Jeffrey. Yes. We can buy back with chair, but we cannot replace our life. And I know it's difficult just to leave and to go into these spaces, but protect your life. It's better to be proactive because once the hurricane, and I have lived through 2 hurricanes, I lived through Gilbert and I lived through Ivan. Once they come, it becomes very difficult for emergency management services to reach persons in need. We know that we are a developing country and therefore we don't have accessible the kinds of infrastructure that would allow us to move more nimbly. We don't have it here in the United States and therefore we can only imagine in Jamaica. So we're saying be proactive. The government has given certain directives. So be proactive and listen, follow the National Water Commission, follow the Jamaica Public Service as well.
Yes. Dr. Dunkley, I know you got to run, but I got to ask you this question before you go. Do you know if Jamaicans in the diaspora are preparing themselves to assist Jamaica in the time of need after this hurricane passed?
Absolutely. I've had so many conversations and organizational diaspora leaders who have their place. They are ready, set, and they're just waiting on the go. They're ready. They have organized resources. They have organized persons. You mentioned the meeting with the ambassador later on, the consul general. I know CG Mayor is organized. You're speaking to him. I spoke to Christopher Chaplin, my honorary consul in Philadelphia, and he is streamlining the coordinated efforts, the drop-off centers, where to give money, what the cost should be. So the diaspora in Jamaica is so blessed. It benefits from a diaspora that loves its country. We love our people. and we are ready and organized, and we're just waiting on the go to fully assess what the needs are, whether it's financial, in-kind, or logistics support, to ensure that we respond in a way that is meaningful for the everyday Jamaican.
Indeed. Dr. Karen Dunkley there, a daughter of the Sile of St. Elizabeth. Thanks for coming on the program, ma'am.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Thank you so much. That's Dr. Karen Dunkley
Welcome.
there for coming on the program to speak to us, her take and what is going on and what the Jamaicans are doing to assist. Because I saw a video where the Jamaica Consul General to Miami he's on the ball, and we're gonna see what we can do from our end. This is a natural disaster, and we need to assist our people from our end. I want to see what I can do to assist. I was thinking about going down to Miami today to go to a warehouse down there, what they're doing to assist Jamaicans after this hurricane, but I couldn't get to go. I'm gonna see if I can get a hold of Mr. Edgerton Newman now of the Transport Operators Development Sustainable Services (TADS) to speak to us about his taxi drivers and what are they doing in the sense of assisting doing other things to assist our people down there and what they are doing too. I don't know if I'm going to get a hold of him, but I'm going to try. Good afternoon, Mr. Newman, calling from the Mek Wi Talk program, sir. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Newman.
Hi, speaking.
Calling from the Mek Wi Talk program, sir. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all. Just waiting for this little girl called Melissa. She don't want to come. I don't know what's happening.
Mr. Newman, you're a part of the transport sector in Jamaica. Talk to me of what is going on now. Melissa is threatening to come to Jamaica, Category 5 hurricane. What sort of plans have the taxi group, the taxi men and women, have to, in a sense of protecting themselves, and what can they do to assist their family members and their customers?
Well, over the past few days, we've been encouraging them to, first of all, take care of their own self first, life, your responsibility for your life first, and then your neighbor and extended neighbors. And we've been encouraging them to do that. I sent out a release this morning, urging them, if they can, button down and stay down now. Put down a key on your dresser now, because Melissa is very, very close. I think it's close to St. Elizabeth area, and therefore those operators, about 4,000 of them who operate in the St. Elizabeth and close Manchester area, to take no chance of going out. Yes, it's good to help your neighbor, but don't help your neighbor when you yourself are in danger. So we have to send that message to them. And of course, most of them are taking heed. In Kingston, the property right now, only a few taxi operators. You see, they have a tough job, because if the nurse wants to go to work, he's going to call his taxi friend.
Yes.
If a young lady taking labor, they're going to call a taxi man. And so we can't say no to them. But I'm saying to them, don't say no, but first of all, check your own space, your own premises, your own vehicle, and of course, the thoroughfare to which you're going to travel. Those are important. And so we've been encouraging them. The government not speaking for us, we have to speak for ourselves. So we have to encourage our operators to do what is right, to stay tight and take their own life in their own hand. And that's other thing.
From a citizen point of view, Mr. Newman, do you think the government is doing a great job in preparing the Jamaican people for this hurricane that's coming?
Honestly, and I just said it to somebody a while ago, I don't think there's much more that they can do. Yeah. What happens that we always prepare ourselves for it, like the Sandy Gully Bridge. We shouldn't be talking about Sandy Gully Bridge today because we have an ongoing program that clear that waterway that leads into the sea. Now we are cutting small drains to lead water. So those are my things that I'm upset with the government about. They wait until the last moment. You don't clean drains until a hurricane. Drains should be continuously clean. There should be a maintenance program, and that's why I will join the people who said bring back the PWD.
Yes,
because they are always on a public work department.
Yes,
because they're always out there. You can always see the yellow trucks and 8 or 10 men on that truck to patch the potholes and to do what is necessary. But we are not doing that. We are searching for money when it comes close to hurricane season.
You
And
know,
worse, when a hurricane arrives.
you know, Mr. Newman, I was sent a video yesterday, and from a well-known journalist. I saw it on Nationwide, and anyway, I'm not going to talk who sent it to me, but I got it from the person. And when I look at it, the sandy gully is cleaned, but the mouth of the sandy gully is a mountain of debris. So in other words, when the water come down in the sandy gully and meet that mountain of debris, all the people who live along the gully bank now wash out.
Remember, Jeffrey, the mouth is the most dangerous part of a body. Eh? So if the mouth don't prepare, then your whole body is going to be in trouble. And that's what is happening to Sandy Gully Bridge. The mouth, which is about a mile long, the longest mouth in Jamaica, is the mouth of the Sandy Gully Bridge in terms of debris. And therefore, I heard the Prime Minister say this morning that all they have to do is to cut a couple drains. That is not good. The mouth should be kept clean all the time. And your mother tell you that, your father tell you that, your sister tell you that your mouth must be kept clean all the time. We didn't do it this time.
And not only that,
right?
Mr.
And we have not been doing it.
Not only that, Mr. Newman, the people of our country who lives on the gully bank, you know, people don't like when I talk, you know, they're too damn nasty to Mr. Newman. They're too nasty.
That is true, but not because the people are nasty. We're going to say, make it stay because the people are nasty. Yes, you must do your part, and the people must do their part.
True.
We have not been doing a good job in terms of sanitary facilities of our country. Rubbish and garbage is on our roadside for days and extra days, for weeks.
And
we're trying to say, when we say don't clean the roadside, then say tell the people not to empty their fridge, which is true. But you must clean it. That's what we are paying you for. That's what our tax dollars are going for.
But Mr. Newman, I'm bringing here to talk politics because I know I don't like to do it. But the fact of the matter is that they have Desmond McKenzie bought how much garbage truck a year ago, a couple months ago. What happened to those garbage trucks? Why there's so much garbage on the streets of Jamaica, of the corporate area?
Well, you can't bring too much garbage trucks into Jamaica. You can't have too much contractors. The situation is overwhelming, and because we don't have a good program in place to deal with it. And so you send a man into my district to clean the garbage and take up half and left half because he didn't give a little tip. You see? So whatever you do, Jeffrey, you're going to have challenges. But because we don't have a good management system in place to ensure that the garbage are clean and that you don't send a man to collect garbage in the community and he take the truck and go and do private collection to get the money from the business people. The management of those things are the problem.
Yes. Boy, Mr. Newman, I hope you're going to be safe. I hope you're going to be all right, sir.
Well, I'm trying to. I'm close to the sea, and that's my biggest problem. I heard my zinc shattering a while ago, and so. But I think I'll hold out. The people in St. Elizabeth are my challenge right now, but I'll hold out.
Because
you take care over there. Keep it. You have been doing an excellent job, Jeff. I must commend you.
Thank you.
My advisor, Mr. Moore, called me and said, "Listen, Jeffrey's gonna call you." And I said, "Well, Jeff will call after answer." You know, so you're doing a good job. So keep it up.
Thank you very much, Edgerton Newman, President of the Transport Operators Development Sustainable Services in Jamaica. Thanks for coming on the program, sir.
Take care, Jeffrey.
Thank you. Edgerton Newman there of the Taxi Association groups in Jamaica, who is an outspoken person. I'm going to open the phone lines, but as soon as I can get through to Ambassador Curtis Ward, I'm going to get him back. But Miss Daphne was calling. Miss Daphne, you can call me back. I can speak to you. Then I open up the phone lines. Miss Daphne, she is from St. Elizabeth. She has some information to give to us of what is going on down there. I know there was an evacuation order given to the people who live in, I think, South St. Elizabeth. Yes, where Treasure Beach is. You can see Jakes was just talking earlier on about it. You can see the live feed there from the transport center in Halfway Tree. That's a live feed you're seeing there to see what is going on. We're gonna switch the feeds around to see other feeds that is happening, that is coming into us. Based on all of this, the numbers are 954-529-8030. What do you think about what's going to happen in Jamaica? What do you think about the preparation of the government for the people of Jamaica with this hurricane coming? Do you think the government is doing a good job in preparing for this? 954-529-8030. That's 954-529-8030. We also have a video here from none other than Mayor of Spanish Town, Mayor Norman Scott.
Chairman of the St. Catherine Municipal Corporation and Mayor of Spanish Town.
No.
Yes, Mr. Scott, we are here and we are at a place named Bodo. And sorry, Pearl Harbor has gone to the residents. You know, what you observing here, sir?
We observe that the sea is rising, and based on what we expect from the surges, it is going to be even more dangerous come a little later from this. So we're asking all the residents in and around this area who have not yet evacuated to get themselves out now, because it may come at a time later in the night when it might be more challenging to have them get out of the place. So we want to ask all of them to get out of the place. The siren start?
No, may I check every trigger. So yeah, right now you're in the process of triggering the tsunami warning?
Yes. Yes, we are in the process of
Evacuation warning.
send out the evacuation warning, which is the tsunami warning. Because you know that Old Harbour Bay is one of the places in Jamaica that has what we call an early warning system. And so we are going to activate it so that the people can understand and get out.
Seriously, so it's getting bad.
Come again?
It seems like it's getting bad. No, I say you want to protect life, you know.
Yes, man, we have to protect life and property.
You know, personally, you know, because there are some person adamant, you know, say they are not leaving, to try so you can, give them any,
No, but we have the security forces who are going to be part of the team. And so they are going to be helping us to make sure that these persons move.
There you have it, Mayor Norman Scott speaking earlier on about doing the early warning for the people of Old Harbour. The numbers to call into the program is 954-529-8030. I'm going to check if I can get a hold of Ambassador Curtis Ward to come onto the program to speak to us. Let me see something here. I need to get the evacuation list. So I'm trying to get from morning. I don't know what's going on with me. I can't find it. I think Dr. Dunkley did say where I could find it. Dr. Dunkley, if you're still listening to us, can you send me the list of the evacuation plans if you have it there with you, or where can I go to get it, please? I'd appreciate it. The numbers to call is 954-529-8030. Your take is the government doing a great job in assisting Jamaicans in the upcoming disasters that is facing us right now. Please tell me what is your take on it? Okay, I'm seeing something here from St. Elizabeth. Just a moment here. Let me see if I can get a hold of it. Let me see if I can get it here. The number to call is 954-529-8030. Your take on what is going on. Do you think government is doing a great job? What is your take on it? We're also going to get the latest advisory to give to you. We had a long extended program. I wanted to speak some more about what is some stuff I wanted to speak about, but the long extended program of the press conference there. I see we're in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is celebrating 46 years of independence. And the Prime Minister, the Honorable Dr. Rolf Gonzalez, is wishing his citizens happy independence. So, on the behalf of the Mek Wi Talk program, happy independence to the people of our sister island, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So many things happening. The residents of Port Royal indicate that he would not be leaving. Let me show you this. He will not be leaving. Wow. I wonder why he won't be leaving. Let's go this, because as what a lot of people saying they don't want to leave where they are because
I never been in a house when a hurricane in a Port Royal family know myself and Gilbert till this day. Outside. 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 I never left Port Royal. Never.
Wow. The waters are getting chopped. Call in and talk to us. They're doing a great job. The numbers is 954. It's also
every time the water came on the land, bush, the water come right here, 5 minutes time, you look on land. Port Royal is a civil general. Port Royal is a civil general. I never been in a house when a hurricane in a Port Royal family know myself and Gilbert till this day. Outside. 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 I never left Port Royal. Never. I never have an intention to leave because I don't make, when we go leave, go out in a danger and leave out a frying pan and go on the fire. I mean, that's no sense in that, general. You know how to ride the wave, general. You see where me live right now? Not even a speck of breeze I go come in a that. I ask you. Is there any area in Port Royal that is of concern? Not if I know of. All these hurricanes, everywhere safe in Port Royal. I've been through it. I've been through the whole of them. All of them safe. All the safest going to have, general. Now move. I ain't moving, general.
And how long have you been in Port Royal?
I came here from 82. That's how long I'm in Port Royal. I never moved from a hurricane or a storm. I intend to move.
So you have kids that live here?
No. Yeah, man, Port Royal is the safest place and the best place to stay right now in the Jamaica. Yeah, no matter what. I tell you that.
No matter and nobody will know it better than you.
No one.
Because no matter.
Why do you think the people are not moving?
Yeah.
Because they've been through the course several times.
Several of us come and go back home.
When hurricane blow, we in the kitchen, right out there, I cook. I cook. I'm one of the chefs there. Yeah, I cook a wheat dumpling and chunks and callaloo and all of that. Yeah. What's that already? No, I'm bound to cook. I'm about to go cook now. Yeah, so my company work to go look some food and things. Make some drop the boat them out of the sea and get the boat them on the land, secure the boat them. You know, the fisherman have to go venture when this are done. Days have to pay, people have to go to school, who will work. Life have to start again. You have to go on again, on again. Best place in the general. Remember me tell you that. Port Royal, Kingston 1.
No, man, so
this piece of rock over there on here, moving.
Wow, there you have it.
I never left.
There you have it. Residents of Port Royal is saying that they will never leave Port Royal to go anywhere else. Wow. Wow. It's and we have another video here to show you. This is from Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth. Let's show you this video here, courtesy of the Jamaica Gleaner. It's from Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth. Here we go.
And I see you're on your wall.
Yeah.
Your phone in your hand. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Sir?
Yeah, my name is Dowan Hill.
And I see you're on your wall.
Yeah.
Your phone in your hand. What are you doing?
Yeah, I listen to some news, before it go, You have to get some information in before everything gone, So.
Are you worried?
Pretty much so, But me safe still, cause, me have deck roof and me make the necessary preparation. Kind of worried for most of the people who have zinc roofing, board house, you know, and we live near the water. Yeah, because the whole things look impossible where they can, you know, lose everything. The farmer them, including myself. Yeah. Yeah, me plant watermelon and cantaloupe and honeydew and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, man. So we know say all of that are gone, you know. Yeah, man, me prepare myself, man. Big time. I think me 100% prepare for this, you know. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah, my name is
Wow.
Dowan Hill.
And I see you're on your wall.
Yeah.
With your phone in your hand. What are you doing?
Yeah, now listen to some news, you know, before it go, you know. You have to get some information in before everything gone, you know. So.
Are you worried?
Pretty much so, you know. But me safe still, cause, you know, me have deck roof and me make the necessary preparation. Kind of worry for most of the people them who have zinc roofing, board house, you know, and we live near the water. Yeah, because the whole things look impossible where they can, you know, lose everything. The farmer them, including myself. Yeah. Yeah, me plant watermelon and cantaloupe and honeydew and stuff like that.
There you go. There you go. There's someone in the chat room stating the person who said I should remove all taxes. I agree with you. But what you need to do is call in and talk to us. Call in and talk to us. 954-529-8030. That's the numbers according to the Mek Wi Talk program. We are doing a special edition of the Mek Wi Talk program this afternoon here. Another video here coming into us from where this is coming into from St. Elizabeth again, Treasure Beach, St. Elizabeth. Here we go. Let's do this right here from Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth.
You know. So.
Are you afraid?
Well, not so much still, but you know, so one time storm just a bomb snack and come and you prepare like this, you know, so you're well ready for your storm, you know. So.
Are you afraid?
Well, not so much still, but you know, so upon the seafront you have to have a look of fear, you know, so you have a plan to smurge if anything. Water, you know, dominant, you know, you can't handle, you see. So I'm hoping for the best, you know. Yeah. Giving thanks to the Lord, so do you know. So. Because when the rain rise up, you know, when the rain rise up, the water don't have anywhere to go, you just come to and dig up the place and so, you know. So, yeah, that's such them. Yeah, we're gonna block them out, we're gonna lay them out flat. We would mind if we're gonna double them still, so water, it all depends how high water will rise and so, you know. Yeah. So when the neighbors ready there, I know the fence, I mean, I know the fence, I gotta go say, do you look more from this if all the breeze come and so, you know, the roof and everything. But sorry, the plant them are going to destroy and everything. Look more a whole famine are going if it's a summer. Melissa, I want you out of the Caribbean, you know? Brawling. No one joke. You can call me Kush or Al, you know? Yeah. Not Treasure Beach. They're from Manchester, so you don't know.
There you have it. A Jamaican there speaking to the news reporter there. They're from Treasure Beach. Residents of the eastern parishes of Kingston and St. Andrew are being warned to unaware the impact of the Category 5, are being warned to be prepared for the impact of Category 5 Hurricane Melissa, which is expected to make landfall close to the west of the island, St. Elizabeth and Westmoreland by early Tuesday, is what they're saying. Early Tuesday. Wow, this is not looking good. A lot of things that is, let us go to this video here. Where this is residents of Queens and Burr Street in Port Royal. Let's go back to Port Royal with this video right here. Let's go back to Port Royal with this video right here.
These are high waters. Worry.
There it is. That is what is going on at Port Royal right now. Ward Street in Port Royal, Kingston. The resident Hurricane person here says there's a resident refusing to leave. That's what's going on.
These are high waters. Worry.
Let me stand my piece.
These are high waters. Worry. These are high waters. Worry.
There you have it. Call is 954
These are high waters.
30.
Worry.
Okay. Wow.
These are high waters.
Very high waters, and I believe you mean the people decide not to leave. They decide not to leave. That's a video there from Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth. Let's go down some more. All right. There's another resident of Flaggermont in St. Elizabeth expressed concern with the lack of shelters available in the community. So what is going on here? A resident of Flaggermont in St. Elizabeth expressed concern with the lack of shelters available in the community of Flaggermont. Let's play this video here, because those people told us that the shelters were ready. Shelters are up and going. Shelters are ready for the people. Here, let me put up this
district.
Hold on here.
You're outside here this morning. My name is Mr. Blake, Dashiell Blake, and I'm from Flaggerman district. You're outside here this morning. What happened? What happened? There is no shelter for the people. They provide bus, but there is no shelter because right now we have a community center over there, and it's locked up because them say it's not convenient for the people. So right now, there is no shelter. Me have to sleep. Me live at Flaggerman and me have to sleep at Red Bank last time. Me have to give the community we live in a zinc shed my house because I'm living in a 2-floor house up the road. Me have to book it up. Me have to give my friend. Me have to give my family. Me have to give my colleagues. You see, because me and me one. And right now, I'm Michi bar me a shelter because the community center, convenient. Don't a PJ planes, the roof blow off the last time. They fix back part of it, they don't fix back the whole height. So people are saying it better them risk it at them yard. Right now, me have an auntie at Treasure Beach, we need to evacuate. There's a must. And she don't have nowhere to go because the space is already taken. There's no more space. You see, Michi I put up people, me I put up people, me have a few more friends up the road who I put up people. You see, and we're not government. So we need to know why we need shelter. The government send transport for you. Transport, but transport to where? Take it to the nearest available. But there's no available shelter. That can't be. There's no available. Junction lock, Mayfield lock, Flaggerman Community Center lock, Peter Plains lock. So where are we supposed to go? There's no shelter provided for the people. And I think in this hurricane, there's a lot of people is gonna get hurt because there's no refuge to run to.
How many persons you have at home?
How many persons at home right now?
Yeah, that you put
Well, me know I take it as joke, but say at my house right now about 100 people. There's no less. I tell you, because there's no shelter. It's because it's a 2-floor top house. People line up outside and we can't turn them back. There's no shelter. You see, the tree them need to clip on the roadside. The drain them need to. Me one guard now wash out already. just around the corner right there, right in front of the supermarket. You can see it from Beachwood Garden. You see, just because the drain overflow. My name is Mr. Blake, Dashiell Blake,
Hold on there for me.
and
Hold
I'm
on there.
from Flagaman District.
Hold on there for me. How is it? How is it that the Member of Parliament, Floyd Green, send out a what should I say? Eviction, not eviction. What I call it again? Evacuation, rather. Sorry, evacuation. That the people should evacuate from Treasure Beach, Flaggerman, other places in that area of St. Elizabeth. And this young man is saying to us now that there is no shelter. I remember when Miranda Wellington was on my program and she said that that same community center has no zinc. It has no shelter. So I want to know something here. What is really going on? We need to hear from Minister Floyd Green. We need to hear from Minister Floyd Green. What sort of nonsense is going on in this country? You are telling the people to evacuate. You're telling people to evacuate. And what happened? Hello, good afternoon. Mek Wi Talk here live.
Mr. Jeffrey.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
That's the same thing I was messaging in the comments saying about Treasure Beach and Flaggerman and Southfield.
Yes.
I talked to my friend in Treasure Beach and she said the bus come down there one time, but it was raining and it didn't come in the direction where the people then could go to Sandy Bank Primary School. That's the only shelter down there. In Southfield, there's only Seaview Primary. In Flaggerman, the center, the same center that Miranda was talking about, it is unavailable. There's nowhere in Flaggerman for anybody. So when Daryl Vaza come out and talk about him send bus to Flaggerman, if you take him backside and go look shelter for the people, them all them are going rob and thief taxpayer money. St. Elizabeth people still in need of help from the government, from burial. A lot of people still don't get any help from the Prime Minister. So people in the diaspora, when they're gonna send help and send it to the Prime Minister, the MP and the councillor, them, the people them who is in need and some of the people them who don't lose nothing, they are the one come out and get help just the same way. I am telling you that because I am there and I see people who do not lose anything, they are the one who get help.
My God. So you're saying to me, caller, that this young man here who is talking that there is no shelter.
It is the truth, Mr. Jeffrey. He's telling you the truth. I know him. Me and his mother go to school together. I know him. He's not telling any lie.
Lord have his mercy. Yet
and when them done, them a come out and talk about them, then give help from burial and this and that and whatever. When them thief everything put in them pocket and people are suffer. Right now, Mr. Jeffrey, I'm trying to build back my house, and I'm sure if the hurricane hit again, the walls them that I am building right now gonna go down again.
Dear God Almighty. But what I don't understand though, why is it that Floyd Green, who is a member of parliament for that area in St. Elizabeth, Treasure Beach and those areas, why would he give evacuation? And there is no shelter.
Mr. Jeffrey, them just lie, thief or wicked. Nothing is like that. One shelter in Treasure Beach and it is the Sandy Bank Primary School. Because I call my friend down there, Flaggerman is the only center is there and it is unavailable. I even Google it and people can go on the Google website and see that I'm not lying. I call people in Flaggerman, I call people in Treasure Beach and it is the same thing. And when I go on the Google, it's the same thing. The centers in Flaggerman is not available. Sandy Bank Primary School is the only school and Seaview Primary School is the only shelter they have.
My God in heaven.
They set up damn thief them in the country. All them are try to wreck Jamaica and thief and put in them pocket for them and their company and their sweetheart and everybody and the country. The country going down.
You know, viewers and listeners on this program, I cannot say nothing, because I can't say nothing. This lady here, She feels it. Because when Hurricane Beryl came, she went to Floyd Green. Tell them a Floyd Green, tell them, ma'am.
Him saying them can't help people because I know Labour side with them and PNP side with them and them can't help him never really tell me to my face, but a lady that I went to, she tell me, so she asked him, say, Mr. Green, from the hurricane is now you coming. Oh, it's not my division, this is not my division. So hurricane only come for PNP and it don't come for Labour, right?
You know hear what's going on in this country?
And the few little peoples that get the money for the burial money is most of them is the labor, right? The people in my area still don't get nothing from the government yet.
My God, and I am being told.
I get $200,000, and them say somebody was gonna come and verify that how I use the money. And I start my house, and them things say 200,000 could have build house. And Mr. Jeffrey, I know if this hurricane come back in the same course, I'm gonna lose the wall them that I am building. Because I don't have it, I just have to try and do what I can do.
So
1 or 2 days work.
Hold on for me, caller. When you say the wall they're gonna go back down, is it that you don't have steel building them or what?
Yes, steel building, Mr. Jeffrey, but depends on how strong this hurricane gonna come.
And the water.
And the water, because one of my cousins tell me that her house right now, she put on top and the wall don't flash out or anything, and her children them say the water coming in from outside because the wall don't even flash, and my own don't even reach anywhere.
You know what I don't understand with
Mr. Jeffrey, I am so confused. I am so worried. I sure my mother and my dad is with my brother and my sister. But how long them gonna stay there? If the hurricane come, I'm sure their house that gonna come down.
Jesus, have his mercy, dear God.
And my both parents is sick.
I wonder if anybody
and no help at all you're not getting from them.
Lord have his mercy. How is
them take their money and build house, give to sweetheart and do whatever they feel like. Don't go bar, go sit down with their friend and their company. And even in Treasure Beach right now where they need help down there. Me hear one of them from down at Treasure Beach, they tell Dirty refuse at the same time say,
hold on, Miss B. Hold on. No said dirty, please, because you have some people.
The whole of them are criminal. Because somebody find a Treasure Beach, me hear him on Cliff Hughes program when them they are Treasure, when them they are bake, and I tell them about Floyd Green do everything, everybody is okay in St. Elizabeth when he don't do nothing.
All right, my dear, thanks for calling in. I have a next call coming in.
Okay, then, Mr. Jeffrey.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mek Wi Talk here live.
Yes, sir, Mr. Jeffrey, how then, brother?
I'm here looking and living. So before you come on, hold on for me. Minister Floyd Green, Minister Green, you are hearing it for yourself, sir. Not Jeffrey Tavares saying it on the Mek Wi Talk program. A gentleman from Treasure Beach in St. Elizabeth and Flaggerman is saying that there is no shelter for the people of Flaggerman or Treasure Beach. And I remember when Miranda Wellington came on my program, she said that there's no roof at the community center. So how is it that you and Daryl Vaz is telling the people of St. Elizabeth that you have sent buses for them to go shelter? Which shelter? Which shelter? The people are not lying, Minister Green. What shelter are you talking about? What kind of nonsense is going on in this country? Caller, go ahead. Welcome to the program.
Yes, sir, Jeffrey. Yeah, I was the person who posted about the removal of importation taxes.
Yes, talk to me.
Yes, Jeff. 1979, I was in the military at the time. And if you remember the flood in Westmoreland, Newmarket flood. Yeah, man, I was a part of the operation in trying to help people with the flood, right? So I know what all this stuff is about. Anyway, I still cannot understand why this present government would not even be encouraging people in the diaspora with one of the person that's going out.
Hold on for me, with all fairness, though, you know. We don't
Yeah.
know if they're gonna do it, you know. Remember, I said thing just start. Maybe they should have said it in a press conference, yes, but we don't know if they're gonna do it. I know they're gonna be a meeting, a town hall meeting this evening. Let me say this on air here. Let me find it here. Let me find it here. Just a moment here for me, caller.
Yeah, man, no problem.
Just a moment here for me. Lord of His mercy, ready separator. Here it is. Let me find it and put it up here also. Just a moment for me, students on the Mek Wi Talk program. Welcome for those who are just joining us. Remember to call in. The numbers are 954-529-8030. Call in what you think about what is going on in Jamaica. Your views on the preparation that's been done by the government of Jamaica for the people during this hurricane season, or this hurricane heading towards Jamaica. I want you to just a moment here for my caller.
Yeah, man, I'm working.
I want the people to see this here. That the Jamaican embassy in Washington, D.C. Where is it? Okay. The Jamaican embassy in Washington, D.C. Let me get this thing to read. Here it is. The Jamaican embassy in Washington, D.C. will have a town hall meeting on Hurricane Beryl. Ambassador Major General Anthony Anderson will be presiding over this town hall meeting. And it's on Zoom. That's Ambassador Anthony, Major Anthony Hilton, General Anthony Anderson, rather. General Anthony Anderson will be having a town hall meeting this evening. And the topic will be Hurricane Melissa, pertaining to what is going on in Jamaica and how we can assist our island, Jamaica. A lot of Jamaicans are saying that they don't want to give anything to government. They want to do it themselves. Well, I can't blame them either. But this meeting here will be done on Zoom on Monday the 6th. On Monday, the 27th of October at 6:30 p.m. That's 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Wednesday, October 27th, 2025, a town hall meeting, a virtual town hall meeting with Ambassador Anthony Anderson. And the topic will be Hurricane Melissa. So you can go on the Jamaica Embassy website and you can get their Zoom link to go on to the meeting at 6:30 p.m. this evening, October 27th, this Monday, at 6:30 p.m. Caller, you're talking about the how is it that they're not gonna, you know, about taxes and so forth coming in with customs and so forth. I think they're gonna do it. Not taking it for anybody, but I think they're gonna do it. What do you think?
All right. Well, just a little side note. Anderson and Rocky Mead and I already have it together. Just to let you know. Right, I know all these guys.
Okay.
All right. Well, Jeffrey, it's a lot of basic behavior from the government. All right. When they were addressing people, you know, to seek higher ground and stuff like that, one of the things that the government should have done is address people in diaspora. Can you see? You guys, I know you'll be looking out for the people back home. So this is what we're gonna do, so that people in the diaspora can start getting in place how they're gonna be helping.
Well, read more.
I hope it makes some sense.
The United States lead the world in civilian gun ownership with 120.5 firearms per house.
Hold on for me, caller. This is picking up something else. Caller, you playing something in the background? Hold on there. What on earth is going on here?
Countries are so much sad. What's I going to do?
Hold on there for me.
Great. So,
Oh Lord, I know what's going on. The phone picking up something else. We do apologize to the caller for coming in, but we want to play something here. Then we get back the caller to come back on. Let's play back this video here. This video here with this young man speaking about what is going on in Flagaman.
My name is Mr. Blake, Dashiell Blake, and I'm from Flagaman district.
You're outside here this morning. What happened?
What happened? There is no shelter for the people. They provide bus, but there is no shelter because right now we have a community center over there, and it's locked up because them say it's not convenient for the people. So right now, there is no shelter. Me have to sleep. Me live a Flagaman and me have to sleep a Red Bank last time. Me have to give the community we live in a zinc shed in my house because I'm living in a 2-floor house up the road. Me have to book it up. Me have to give my friend. Me have to give my family. Me have to give my colleagues. You see, because me and me one. And right now, I'm bar me a shelter because the community center, you know, convenient. Don't a PJ planes, the roof blow off the last time. They fix back part of it, they don't fix back the whole height. So people are saying it better than risk it at them yard. Right now, you know, me have an auntie at Treasure Beach, you know, we need to evacuate. There's a must. And she don't have nowhere to go because the space is already taken. There's no more space. You see, Mitchie I put up people, me I put up people, me have a few more friends up the road who I put up people. You see, and we're not government, so we need to know why we need shelter.
The government send transport for you.
Transport, but transport to where?
Take you to the nearest available.
But there's no available shelter.
That can't be.
There's no available. Junction lock, Mayfield lock, Flagaman Community Center lock, PJ Plains lock. So where are we supposed to go? There's no shelter provided for the people. And I think in this hurricane, there's a lot of people is gonna get hurt because there's no refuge to run to.
How many persons you have at home?
How many persons at home right now?
Yeah, that you put on.
Well, me know I take it as joke, but you know, say at my house right now, about 100 people. There's no less. I tell you, because there's no shelter. It's because it's a 2-floor deck top house. People line up outside and we can't turn them back. There's no shelter. You see, the tree them need to clip on the roadside. The drain them need to. Me one yard now wash out already. Just around the corner right there, so right in front of the supermarket. You can see from beach road yard. You see, just because the drain overflow.
My God. This is not good. I don't understand something though. Why would you be telling people to come to a shelter and the shelter is not prepared for the people, but yet you're telling the people to come to the shelter? Something not adding up here. Something not adding up here. Let me give you something before I show you the next video that is coming up to us out of St. Elizabeth again. Out of St. Elizabeth again. There's an item of news coming into us from the National Hurricane Center in Miami.
This is Mek Wi Talk breaking news.
According to the National Hurricane Center in Miami, the storm with Hurricane Melissa, with a maximum sustained wind of 175 miles and higher, is expected to make landfall in Jamaica on Tuesday as a Category 4 or 5 hurricane, which will make it the strongest storm on record. Catastrophic, life-threatening flooding and landslide is expected in Jamaica. You hear the word? Catastrophic. Catastrophic, life-threatening flooding and landslide is expected in Jamaica. The National Hurricane Center is saying it will make landfall in Jamaica on Tuesday as a Category 4 or 5 hurricane, which would make it one of the strongest on record. My God in heaven. Have mercy, Lord. We need you, Lord. Have mercy. Have mercy, Father God. We need you. This not look good for Jamaica at all. This not looking good for Jamaica. Not looking good for this country. I want to show you a video of St. Elizabeth. Here we go. That is going on in St. Elizabeth right now. Oh, baby. If you wishes to call in from St. Elizabeth, those who wishes to call in, the numbers are 954-529-8030, 954-529-8030 is also a WhatsApp number. Yes, I don't know what happened. The phone was giving out with a problem. That's what is going on in St. Elizabeth right. The numbers to call into the program is 954-529-8030, 954-529-8030. (954-529-8030). Okay, we're gonna go back to another video here, courtesy of CVM, where Curlin Brown is out on the streets of Jamaica. What's going on here, Curlin? Let's do this.
That's not me just moving. No, man. To show you how strong the wind is. I'm not. Whoa! That's not me just moving. No, man. To show you how strong the wind is. I'm not trying to move by myself, honestly. Okay. And about 150 something pounds. Right? Okay. Let me try and put this on. It was really harder. But if I turn that way, it's really, the wind is coming. It's more hitting me from behind. Yes. Yes. Woo! All right. Go, girl. Okay, so we left Ocho-Rios and we're now in Port Maria. And can I tell you, just to simply get this part of my rain cloak on was so hard. The wind is picking up speed. Actually, our videographer's hat blew away. I'm not sure. It is a slight drizzle. Wow, I'm literally out of breath because we had to run across the street here. Very few motorists on the road, but when we were coming here, we saw persons moving about. I saw one farmer going about with his goats. If you can look and you can see what's happening out there on the sea, it by itself is telling a story. Well, the trees are literally having a great dance time right now. I don't know if they're doing the Della move or the reggae, but the trees are also telling their own story. To be using an umbrella right here would be ridiculous. The umbrella cannot withstand this wind. We just want to, again, encourage persons to be careful as they go about, and we are trying to do that also. Woo! That's not me just moving. No, man.
There you have it.
To show you how strong the wind is.
On the streets of Jamaica, giving us what is going on, giving us an update
and about
on the streets of Jamaica. That's Curlin Brown, courtesy of CVM. We don't own the rights to this, but we are showing it anyhow on our platform. I hope YouTube doesn't do anything about it. But here we go again, a strong wind, a wave over St. Thomas on Monday. Here we go. This is in St. Thomas. We're going to put up this to let you see what's going on in St. Thomas. Let's do this right here. Wow. This is what is going on in St. Thomas now. The waves are picking up on these houses on the beach. Lord have his mercy, dear God. I'm sorry about that. I did something wrong a while ago. Sorry about that. Let's do back this. Let's go back here. Here it is. Tracking Hurricane Melissa. That's wave, strong wave in St. Thomas. Get a hold of somebody from St. Thomas to come on the program here to speak to us. There you have it. Strong winds over there in St. Thomas. This is downtown Kingston now on the waterfront in downtown Kingston earlier on. We're going to show you this video here now too. Here it is. Wow. This don't look good at all. This don't look good at all. And as I said before, as you know, the National Hurricane Center said that this will be the strongest storm on record. Let's go over to another video here that we have coming in to us from the CEO of the Donald Sangster International Airport in Montego Bay, where you know the airports are closed. It was on earlier on this morning on CVM. See if we can get a hold of this. Just a moment here.
Sangster.
So Sangster International Airport is closed as well. We have been seeing.
What's the state of affairs with Sangster?
So Sangster International Airport is closed as well. We have been since yesterday at 12. Of course, the priority is to keep our staff and our passengers safe, and of course to protect the infrastructure that is there. You know, safeguarding equipment and ensuring our teams are ready to respond and are fully mobilized once we are ready to recover. So. We are really focused on taking every step to ensure that the airport remains safe. We have a ride-out crew, so we have our emergency control center fully operational since last week. We have a team that's staying there since this weekend and will stay to the end of the storm, not just in the operations center, but also our emergency response team and our maintenance staff as well. Will ride out the storm. So special hello to them and thanks to them as well. But this is part of our preparedness to have teams stationed once the storm has passed to recover. And of course, persons on standby as well to come in once the storm has passed and is safe to do so. We have put up significant measures in place to ensure that we can recover as quickly as possible. Of course, our backup systems, you know, generators, infrastructure being protected, you know, securing the airfield. We expect that this storm, the latest information is that on Wednesday, we may get some relief and be able to carry out the different phases of recovery. I should say that really safety is the number one priority. So the first phase is really just a safety assessment to assess the full damage, the impact on the facility, inspection of runways, taxiways, the terminal building. And then we get into other phases to remove any debris, you know, check for structural integrity, ensuring all the systems are functional. We have power, lighting, communication, navigational aids, etc. And then really a phase reopening. Depending on the situation, of course, it's very hard to predict what is now a Category 5 hurricane, what that impact will be. But the goal is to resume essential in emergency operations first.
What's the state of affairs with Sangster?
So Sangster International Airport is closed as well. We have been since yesterday at 12. Of course, the priority is to keep our staff and ensuring our teams are ready to respond and fully.
It's close. We're going to take a hold of Ambassador Curtis Ward to come on the phone with us. Let's call him so we can get him to come on. We're going to speak to Ambassador Curtis Ward.
Hello.
Ambassador Ward, welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program, sir.
Hi, how are you, man?
I'm doing good, sir. As you're well aware of what is going on in Jamaica, especially in the parish that we love so much, St. Elizabeth.
Yes, sir. We love all of the country, but our neighbors are in St. Elizabeth.
Indeed, between Westmoreland and St. Elizabeth. Ambassador Ward, I don't know if you had seen a video where a young man from Treasure Beach and adjoining Flaggerman is saying that the minister sent down buses for them to evacuate to go to a shelter, but there's no shelter in Treasure Beach nor Flaggerman. You're taking that?
Well, that depends. I didn't see the video, but are they using the elementary school as a shelter?
They're using the community center.
Well, I don't know that the community center there is a community center somewhere in Flaggerman. I don't know if it's operational.
Well,
but the nearest elementary school
yes, sir,
to Flaggerman would be the Peter Plains Elementary School.
Mm-hmm.
I actually attended that school with a lot of children from Flaggerman. So that's the nearest elementary school. And the structure, the last time I saw it, was pretty solid. I don't know if it had received any damage from Hurricane Beryl, because a lot of places, while the walls and the flooring is solid and is concrete, the roofs were lost on many such buildings. I don't know if the Peter Plains Elementary School had sustained any loss, any damage. Closer down to the beach area, the Calabash Great Bay area.
Yes, sir.
The nearest elementary school would be Sandy Bank. And that's a fairly solid school also. But it is in an area which could be prone to flooding from the Great Pond.
Yes.
Which generally could overflow, although several years ago a channel was built to take the water off the Great Pond down to the sea.
Mm-hmm.
But with high tides and so on, that water may flow in the opposite direction.
Hold on for me. Sorry, go ahead. Make a point. Sorry, go ahead.
Years ago, that had happened before they built the channel. But if the channel is open, the water will flow up the channel into the pond will overflow and block the roads. And there is another pond not very far from, these ponds are huge and not very far from Sandybank Elementary School. So I don't know where they are going to shelter them. The next best place would probably be at the Newell High School.
I want to listen to something here, Ambassador Ward, from this young man here. Let me find about this thing here, and I want you to listen to it. Because this young man is saying that there is no shelter for them in that area. And he was quite upset that the minister and member of parliament, Floyd Green, end up sending bus down there, but the buses, there's no shelter for them. Let me find it here. You'd like to listen to this for me, please. We're speaking to former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward. He's also the son of the soil in St. Elizabeth. And you know that we have to speak about our parish, St. Elizabeth, because of what is going on right now. Let me take this away from here just a moment and then go back to this. Sorry, stop this right here. Just bear with me, Ambassador Ward. I want you to listen to this here, please, because this is something that I don't understand what is really going on. I really don't.
My name is Mr. Blake, Dashiell Blake, and I'm from Flagaman District.
You're outside here this morning. What happened?
What happened? There is no shelter for the people. They provide bus, but there is no shelter because right now we have a community center over there, and it's locked up because them say it's not convenient for the people. So right now, there is no shelter. Me have to sleep. Me live in Flagaman and me have to sleep at Red Bank last time. Me have to give the community we live in a zinc shed my house because I'm living in a 2-floor house up the road. Me have to book it out. Me have to give me friend. Me have to give me family. Me have to give me colleagues. You see, because me and me one. And right now, I'm Mitchie Bar me a shelter because the community center, convenient. Don't a PJ planes, the roof blow off the last time. They fix back part of it, they don't fix back the whole height. So people are saying it better than risk it at them yard. Right now, me have an auntie at Treasure Beach, we need to evacuate. There's a must. And she don't have nowhere to go because the space is already taken. There's no more space. You see, Mitchie I put up people, me I put up people, me have a few more friends up the road who I put up people. You see, and we're not government, so we need to know why we need shelter.
The government send transport for you.
Transport, but transport to where?
Take you to the nearest available shelter.
But there's no available shelter.
That can't be.
There's no available. Junction lock, Mayfield lock, Flagaman Community Center lock, PJ Plains lock. So where are we supposed to go? There's no shelter provided for the people. And I think in this hurricane, there's a lot of people is gonna get hurt because there's no refuge to run to.
How many persons you have at home?
How many persons at home right now?
Yeah, that you put on.
Well, me now I take it as joke, but say at my house right now about 100 people. There's no less. I tell you, because there's no shelter. It's because it's a 2-floor deck top house. People line up outside and we can't turn them back.
Ambassador Ward, you're taking what the young man is saying, sir, because I don't.
Well,
why is it that let's keep on forgetting St. Elizabeth?
Clearly, what he has answered some of my questions.
Yes.
PJ Plains Elementary School received damage and isn't fully recovered from burial. So that apparently rules out that facility, which would be the nearest facility outside of the community center that they have in Flagaman. And he has answered the question about the Flagaman Community Center as well. Now, if the Member of Parliament, a Minister of Government responsible for South St. Elizabeth, sends buses to take the people to shelter, then they must tell the people where they are taking them. And if this young man's information is correct, there is nowhere close to Flagaman that is adequate or is available. So this is a message that needs to get to the Member of Parliament and to those who are working on his behalf in the parish. And that also includes the parish council, the municipal council as they call it now.
Yes.
But I would like to say to my brethren, my people down in St. Elizabeth, in Flagaman, PJ Plains area, Treasure Beach, Calabash Bay, Great Bay, Frenchman, all the way down to Party, that we here in the diaspora are very anxious and fearful that the worst could happen to Treasure Beach. I was there in April and I saw the repair work and the rebuilding work that was being done. Many people have just replaced the roofs on their buildings with the help. Some of it is self-help. Some of it is family in the diaspora. Send them money to help them. Some of it is help from Bread's Foundation in Treasure Beach, which did a tremendous job, I must say.
Yes.
And I supported them and I will support them again. But I want everyone to realize that this is the most dangerous hurricane ever in the history of Jamaica. And that there is no bragging about sitting out the hurricane. That is not a subject to brag about. What you must be doing now and what you should be ensuring is that you, your family, your neighbors, your community is safe, and find a way to bring them away from the dangerous flood areas. The entire Treasure Beach right now is prone to flood because the sea water is expected to rise to levels we have never seen before.
Mm-hmm.
So please find a place of safety and get away from the low areas, get out of buildings which are not safe. And I know the government has a responsibility, but each individual that can help themselves and help others also have a responsibility.
Ambassador Curtis Ward there speaking to the Jamaican people and also his parish of St. Elizabeth. Ambassador Ward, based on the track, it's gonna hit Treasure Beach, that area there, as a category 4 or a category 5. And you and I know that St. Elizabeth cannot take any more of this.
No, and
go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Many of the homes are still being rebuilt. Many of the roofs, when you drive through the area, you see the new zinc on the top of the homes. But if you look inside the homes, it is entirely rotted. All the furniture was destroyed by burial. Once you lose the roof, you lose your furniture, you lose your carpets and your rugs, you lose lots of your wood flooring. So people may have rebuilt the outside and put on a new roof or patched the roof, but they're still not existing in a normal space. Make it 10 times worse.
Wow. Ambassador Curtis Ward there speaking to us. My concern though, Ambassador Ward, and I'm going to be honest with you, sir, is that when relief goes to Jamaica, I don't believe that the people of St. Elizabeth will get their fair amount, sir, because in burial, sir, I had to come on air and literally beg for some people to get money to put their roof on their house, sir, on this program here. And I still believe that when relief goes to Treasure Beach, the people supposed to get not getting it, sir.
Jeffrey.
Yes, sir.
I would like you to hear what really happened.
Yes, sir.
The Bread's Foundation.
The whose foundation, sir?
Was Bread's, B-R-E-D-S.
Yes.
Foundation did a significant work, tremendous work, commendable work to replace, to provide assistance to replace over 500 roofs in Treasure Beach and to partner with another organization to replace another 3,000 roofs. And trust me, I work closely with them. I believe in their work and the integrity of the people who run the organization. And the government promised funds, which many of the people have not yet received. I know that for a fact.
True.
I have relatives who depended on their own savings as well as help from relatives here in the diaspora, myself included, who have helped them to do work on their property because they didn't receive any government assistance and they didn't receive any help from BRED because BRED targeted those that needed help the most in terms of not being able to afford even to buy a tarpaulin. So not everybody will be happy. Not everybody will have received assistance.
Yes.
But the majority of those who needed it and who could get help elsewhere were given help from BRED's Foundation. And BRED partnered with the money they collected. They partnered with places like hardware and lumber to get discounted prices on the material. They partnered with construction firms, companies, other companies, and a couple of the financial institutions also helped to provide funds. And I talked about funds, not to distribute money, but to distribute rebuilding materials and to help pay for the construction.
Yes.
So it's not a question of handing out money. The government promised to do that, but haven't really come true because many farmers lost their crops. My brother is a small farmer in that area.
Yes.
And when I visited in April, he pointed to all the things that he had lost. My sister lost her fruit trees, her raspberry, her mangoes, her coconut, you name everything was on the ground. I saw them with my own eyes. But they were looking for government help. They were trying to help themselves.
Yes.
And it wasn't easy, you know, and those that I could help in my family, I helped. But I also collected funds for BRED's Foundation, which I know was put to good use.
Ambassador Ward, they're going to be meeting, a town hall meeting this evening from the Jamaican Embassy in Washington. Are you aware of it, sir?
Yes.
Can I get some more information on it, sir?
It will be at 6:30 p.m. I posted a Zoom link.
Yes, I saw it.
And at first, a wrong Zoom link went out, and I deleted that. But a new Zoom link with a flyer is now in my chat room.
Yes, I saw it. It's up on my screen now, sir. So can you talk to us some more about it? Although I know it's not you put it on, but you can talk to us some more about it.
Well, I had a conversation with the ambassador this morning.
Yes.
And he assured me that they're very busy organizing and making contact through the U.S. for assistance. And a list was being provided of the priority items, which will be shared later today. As soon as that list is ready, it is not an embassy list. It's a list being prepared by the authorities in Jamaica. And they will be distributing that. Now, their email network is limited in scope. So I am asking anyone who receives it to pass it on so others may participate and help in this process. And your program is one of the programs that can be very helpful. And I don't know if you'll be able to stream it live.
I would love to do that. I would love to do. I don't know if you can arrange that for me, Ambassador, because what happened when they do it I don't if it's gonna be live on the ambassador's Facebook page, then I can do it from there.
Okay.
So
I will find out for you.
I would appreciate it because we could do it live on the Mek Wi Talk program here that other people can get to
Right.
see it.
Right. And the information is not just information for the US.
Yes.
It's for Canada and UK as well.
Okay, for Canada and the United Kingdom as well.
Mhm.
We're speaking to former Jamaican ambassador to the United Nations, Ambassador Curtis Ward, a son of the soil in St. Elizabeth. Ambassador Ward, thank you for coming on, sir.
My pleasure. Unfortunately, the circumstances.
Yes. Indeed. Thank you so much, Ambassador Ward.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Ambassador Curtis Ward there speaking to us. What you're seeing on our screen here now is a live shot, multiple shots from Jamaica, multiple screens there. You have Halfway Tree, Flatbridge, downtown Kingston, Little London, Maypen, all over the place. You're seeing a live shots, multiple shots there from Jamaica. Hopefully we can get a live feed from St. Elizabeth, see what's going on down there. We're working on that. Wherever you're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean, it's the Mek Wi Talk program here. It is Hurricane Watch, Hurricane Melissa, a Category 5 storm heading to Jamaica. It's going to cause catastrophic flooding and landslide. We're praying for our nation. I was trying to get a pastor to come onto the program here to pray for the nation because we truly need God's help in all of this, what is going on. And some of Jamaica, some people in our country have nowhere to go. Some of them live on the gully bank. Some live somewhere else where it's flash flooding. And you hear the saying, the gentleman there from Flaggermont in St. Elizabeth is saying that they don't have a shelter to go to. Yet the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Floyd Green, send out evacuation and send bus go down there. But he's saying, if he's speaking the truth, as what Ambassador Ward says, if he's speaking the truth, then, Minister Green, you need to come and answer to us, sir, or answer to the Jamaican people what is going on. The numbers to call if you're interested to call into the program is 954-529-8030. That's 954-529-8030. 954-529-8030. We also have a shot that I want to show you. Hold on for me, please. Let me do this right here, where it is. Just a moment here, please. Let me get this and show you. Okay, there is a live feed coming to us courtesy of, I think this is CVM. We're going to tap into their feed to hear what they're talking about, and hopefully I don't get myself in any trouble on this platform here. Let's stand by for this live feed courtesy of CVM.
And there are stronger winds. So he is pleading again to persons from the flood-prone communities to evacuate if they can right now. That's it from me here in Clarendon. I am Akeem Oretich, back to you in studio. Thank you so much from studio.
Akeem, thank you so much. That's Akeem coming from Clarendon, one of the areas that was hardest hit.
To Professor Archer right now. She's an urban planning expert. Professor Archer?
Good afternoon. Anticipation. I pray that all will be well.
All right, Professor Archer, where are you in terms of confidence? I mean, we talk about the infrastructure of Jamaica leading up to Melissa right now, before Melissa makes landfall, even before this specific system over the years, we've always talking about Jamaica's infrastructure. Before we even dive into the needs of the matter, how confident are you on a scale of 1 to 10 that our infrastructure will hold up?
Not to add to it, but if we were to use September 19th as any, we should expect that our road networks will be compromised, our drainage system will be compromised. In some instance, our utilities, that will be telecommunication, electricity, and we've seen evidence of this already, will be compromised. And even more so, given the severity of the storm.
Professor.
Category 5 at 160 miles per hour is more than Gilbert, and we know the impact then. And even then, the infrastructure was not as sound as it ought to be, and there's more strain on the system. So, unfortunately, the news is not that pretty, unfortunately.
Professor Archer, you touched on drainage a while ago. You know, leading up to Melissa, a few days ago, up to yesterday, we saw where municipal corporations from different sections of the island are carrying out drain cleaning efforts. How does the matter of drainage issues, because even though the drains are being cleaned, we're hearing that, you know, some of them are too old, you know, there are different issues regarding our drainage network. How does this amplify the impact of systems like Melissa?
Yeah, so unfortunately, what we have experienced in our urban spaces, in the Kingston and in Maypen and parts of St. Catherine, we would have seen areas being built up, more houses being put in areas that are, if you notice the map in terms of flood-prone areas, what you have is a build up or build out, build over. So we have more water. The more water, the more force, the more it destroys the existing infrastructure, and the more it compromises, whether it's the drainage system, the sewage system. Yeah, we have not, unfortunately, maintained, and we have not improved on our infrastructure, drainage, sewage, road network. We have done very little to improve, and with the increased density, where we were putting more units in smaller spaces.
1 second, Professor Archer. Professor Archer, just asking you to pause 1 second. We are going right now as we are speaking. We're getting images coming in, and we want to keep our viewers updated. We have some very recent images coming directly, Amoy, from the eye of the storm. And we just want to bring this up for our viewers to be able to see what's happening. Some hurricane trackers, they went up and they got this. So let's just bring that up right now on screen. So this is quite literally the eye of the storm. So the actual center of the storm is calm. And I'm going to share something as well as our viewers take a look at that. And I'm just going to pause for a moment so people can appreciate what we're looking at. These are hurricane trackers. These people do this for a living. They go into the eyes of different storms and, you know, assess what's happening. And of course, this informs some of their data and how they make their projections. And you can see the sky as well from the eye of the storm. It's a very clearly defined eye, and you can see clearly as well from the eye the sky, because it's around the eye now that you would have the clouds forming and the rain and everything. But this is what they shared with us, and this happened. But I just want to share something as well with our viewers as we share that with you, that the National Hurricane Center aircraft that went to do that, and we're just going to, we'll be running back that a little bit as well. The aircraft left the storm early after experiencing severe turbulence. This would be a more powerful aircraft, an already more powerful aircraft than the regular planes that were flying. But this aircraft left the storm early after experiencing severe turbulence in the eye wall. Hurricane hunters rarely leave. Melissa is that bad. I wasn't saying this, by the way. This is what they have said. And I'm just going to share that again with you so you can see the eye of the hurricane, what is now Category 5 Hurricane Melissa. And we'll be running that image for you throughout the afternoon as we're here, just so our viewers can see it. If you're just joining us, this is the eye of Melissa. And this was just taken by some hurricane hunters. And Jeremy DeHart is the particular one that did this. And we're getting this from the National Hurricane Center. He works with the National Hurricane Center.
Wow.
As we know, but that by itself, though, Amo,
Yes.
it's beautifully painful to look at. To put it that way, it's beautiful to see. I mean, the view from the inside, but I mean, on the outside of the eye, the eye itself is very calm, but on the outside of it is where
Gia, the
catastrophe
aircraft leaving early is very telling.
Yeah.
It is very telling.
Yeah. We want to go back then to urban planning expert. Before we go back to Professor Carl Archer, that's the actual aircraft.
Yes.
No, that's what the aircraft looks like. And viewers can see a shot of that aircraft. So these are the storm hunters.
And Gia, you shared that these aircrafts the aircraft like this one is built for a system like that.
Yeah, because this is what they do.
Still,
this is quite literally what they do.
Withstand what it experienced out there in the eye of the storm.
Remember, it's just like what we saw with the surfers yesterday. When we had the people, the experts saying, go inside, do not stay out when the storm is going on. The surfers went out.
Right.
They enjoy those things. The surfers enjoy the waves. People like you and I, even if we can barely swim, we won't want to be out in the waves. The surfers love that. Let me just read once more that note, and this is what we shared earlier. The aircraft left the storm early. The NOAA aircraft, of course, this is the same National Hurricane Center, left the storm early after experiencing severe turbulence in the eye wall. Hurricane hunters rarely leave. Melissa, is that bad?
Wow.
That's startling.
That is.
It is startling. Let's go back now as we continue to look at the Center of Hurricane Melissa. Let's bring back Professor Carl Archer, who's standing by to hear from former head of the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, Barbara Carby.
Let's actually bring her in, Gio, for this conversation, because I think she would be able to add a very fresh perspective on that. We're going to try to get her to join us in just a moment. She's also a disaster risk management specialist or risk reduction specialist, which is Dr. Barbara Carby. So we will be hearing from her. She's going to be joining the conversation with Professor Archer and us in just a moment. Now, to go back to Professor. Are you still here with us, Professor Archer?
Yes. And, I just wanted to pick up. We were talking about infrastructure, but I want now to go to our buildings, commercial and residential, because in the new Building Act, the 2019 Building Act, what we would have done was to ensure that our buildings are built to withstand Category 5. Now, prior to the Building Act, most of our buildings, the data is showing that between 60 to 70% of our buildings, in some instance, commercial, but for the most part, residential or single family homes, they were built, and a number of our buildings were built without the necessary approvals. They were built without the approvals. They were built in areas that were very susceptible. When you look at the flood zone maps that you have been showing over the last couple of days. So if it is that at least 60% of our buildings, residential buildings, were built without the necessary approval or the necessary consideration, think about a Category 5, which is what Melissa has been designated at to this point. It simply means that our buildings and our infrastructure will be severely compromised, regardless of whether
Professor
the
Archer
is in Little London or downtown Kingston.
I want to say on that point as well, Jamaica has never experienced something like this. When Gilbert hit Jamaica 88, 89, it was high category 3. When it left, it became a category 4. And so the country has never had a direct hit from a hurricane that's above category 3. We skip a category now from 4 to 5. And I think this will inform how we treat with, or should inform how we treat with our infrastructure going forward, should it not, Professor Archer?
Not just infrastructure, how we build and where we build. In fact, I'm hoping that now that we've always said, use the flood maps, use the disaster risk map, which Dr. Kirby, who will be joining us later, she was part of that original team who ensured that we had these flood maps. And so we would have been well aware as to where and how we should approve certain types of developments. Now, I believe for the most part, we have not given strong enough consideration. So, for example, the types and the level of development that we are seeing in places like Tavistock or in places like low-lying areas in Clarendon and St. Catherine, without given consideration for the necessary
Tavistock, just for location purposes, is in St. Andrew. It's up on a hill, as well as the hills of St. Andrew, just for our viewers. And what we're seeing, what we have been seeing in recent times, there were issues there. They were doing something, and there were landslides when it rained. And this happened a few years ago as well. It's an ongoing issue where, developments are taking place, sometimes outside of the Town and Country Planning Act as well. And so these are the concerns that experts like Professor Archer, experts like Barbara Kirby, and other experts have been raising and criticizing, quite frankly, the municipal corporation, as well as the National Environment and Planning Agency, about enforcing the building codes and also monitoring the actual buildings taking place. I want to put to you, though, Professor Archer, before you continue, this conversation in part sounds like deja vu. Less than 2 weeks ago, about two weeks ago, thereabouts, we were speaking, we had you, Dr. Kirby, we had from Mayor Williams from Maypen, as well as the city engineer, Xavier Chavans from the KSAMC. And we were speaking about this very issue just before Melissa. This was before Melissa came into existence, and it's the same issues now we're having. One of the things you spoke about was again, and Moy spoke about it earlier, or infrastructure, some 50 years.
We're going to break away from this and go back to a live streaming of multiple cameras all over Jamaica that we're picking up. We're going to go on the waterfront. Let me pick up the one with the waterfront and what is going on the waterfront there in Jamaica. Downtown Kingston, everything is picking up. Right now, we're going to see what's going on the waterfront. Stand by for that, please. As we go that, we're going to pick up one on the waterfront. As soon as we get that, we'll get to you live. Just a moment, please. Go back to the video here of what's going on in CVM.
During that conversation 2 weeks ago about the issue of garbage as well. That's one of the major issues. In addition to the cleaning, the way we dispose of our solid waste is a major problem as well.
Yes. Good afternoon. Oh, and good afternoon to your viewers.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Go ahead, Carol.
Right. I was just pointing out, they have these live city views. And interestingly, I've been following them just to see, what is happening in our urban spaces. And interestingly, at least 3 of them, the camera pointed on drains in the urban spaces. And invariably, you notice there are garbage sitting on top of the drains. There are at least 4 or 5. So if your viewers can click on, you'll see the extent to which the issue of solid waste management, which we brought up during our conversation then, that has been plaguing us. And this too contributes to the issue of flooding, the issue of damaging the drains, the infrastructure. The garbage gets into the gully. And it took someone from Vancouver to come and say, to really hold the mirror in front of us and say, folks, look, this is bad. We have had some problems. I see some attempts being made by the Solid Waste Management Authority over the last 2-3 days. It's a little, not necessarily too late, but there is more to be done to ensure that we consistently manage solid waste so that we don't get to this stage that we are in now.
Because on that note, Professor Archer, it was shared during the media briefing earlier today that the NSWMA have received quite a few calls just today alone in terms of people wanting them to collect, garbage.
And I should say, I did see some of them, and I'll probably share the images with our producers in the Grand Spin area heading towards Barbican, taking up garbage just this morning. So I did see them doing that.
And then what's happening too is that the tree cutting as well. So, they'd have to go on the ground to collect those as well.
Yeah. So that's an issue that's ongoing. Barbara Carby, the issue now of the risk reduction during this, a big part of risk reduction is preventative planning. A lot of what we're seeing now seems to be last minute. So basic drain cleaning. We're talking about Bamba River out in St. Thomas, the Sandy Gully that needs maintenance according to Dr. Wayne Reed almost daily. Some of the other ones in Westmoreland, we've been covering these issues right across the island, Mitchelltown, and we want to just bring up a footage from Mitchelltown. I want to get some comments on it. These things that should be ongoing, we're seeing a lot of them trying to almost rush clean them right now.
At the last minute.
And I think that's where that's a big concern for people like yourself.
Oh, yes. The whole issue of, well, let me back up. I think part of the problem is our hurricane focus. So everybody thinks about drain cleaning in May. Between June and the following May, we're not focused on drain cleaning. We're more apt, many of us, to use the gullies as a dump. So I think what we need is a year-round program where we clean. There's a schedule. This stretch of gully will be cleaned every X number of months, or however they set it up. But that is critical.
Yeah. But not just for the drain, for all the maintenance of the infrastructure, that is critical. We have been pointing out that it cannot be and ought not to be as haphazard as we are currently experiencing it.
Professor Archer, you mentioned earlier regarding some buildings and the concerns that you have. From an urban planning perspective, are there any specific communities, whether in the corporate area or outside of Kingston, that you have your eyes focused on in terms of you're looking at them as being vulnerable and you think something might happen come tomorrow? Are there any specific communities?
Well, certainly the communities along the coasts. In the ones that were impacted by Hurricane Beryl, because the truth be told, these communities have not fully recovered.
Can you name any of them right now, the specific ones you're referring to?
That were Treasure Beach and sections of Treasure Beach, Alligator Pond and so forth, those along the southern coast of St. Elizabeth, Manchester, those are key. The informal community. So when we look at we've just completed not completed, but they've done about 90% of the informal settlement assessment. And most of those are in very vulnerable areas. That's where the lands are. People are able to access and put their 2-before housing units. Those communities are usually in very susceptible. Again, referring to the flood maps, which Dr. Carby, I was just mentioning, the role that you played in us doing that, the flood map and the landslide map.
I want, before you guys continue, just to speak about the down in Clarendon as well. That's one of the areas that's significantly affected. And we're just going to be bringing up some images that we got from Mitchelltown, Clarendon, of what's happening today. We do have those in our system that we're going to be bringing up shortly for you. But one of the things that the mayor was speaking about was that a lot of the residents down that side don't want to leave. They're already resisting, saying them will wait until a little bit later on. And we do have somebody down there who will be joining us by phone momentarily as well, Geraldo, who is keeping us updated in terms of what's specifically happening there. He was working with us earlier and he was saying that it's getting worse. Yes. So this is the gully in Mitchelltown, Clarendon, the main gully that runs through the community. He told us that it has not been cleaned. We did speak with a member of Parliament, Colonel Charles Jr., about a day or two ago,
Right.
and he did say that they were going to clean it. It has not been cleaned, and that's an issue down there in Mitchelltown, Clarendon. This is the Joe Reed Road in Mitchelltown. We can see there already ponding of water in the area, and you can see the area clearly needs to be debushed.
Right.
Firstly, and this was sent to us by Gerald Maxam. He was supposed to join us on Zoom, but because the internet is getting more and more choppy, he's unable to join us on Zoom. So we will be trying to get him by phone just to hear from him what's happening. You're seeing now another area of the community, and this again is in Mitchelltown, Clarendon.
Right. And just to note, Gio, we spoke to some of the residents in Mitchelltown last week, and a lot of them would have told us that, you know, they still haven't fully recovered from burial.
Actually, no one down that stretch, none of the communities have fully recovered. We heard
right.
it's same issue in Rocky Point, Clarendon as well, same issue in Portland Cottage. And of course, we'll be trying to get more fresh images from those areas for our viewers as we continue our coverage. And we stand by as well to hear from Geraldo Maxam down there in Mitchelltown, Clarendon. We will be going to Geraldo at some point as we bring back now then Dr. Barbara Carby and Professor Carl Archer, urban planning expert, Professor Carl Archer, Barbara Carby, disaster risk reduction expert and former head of ODPIM. In terms of the response so far, Dr. Carby, we've had the daily press conferences today. Dr. Dana Morris Dixon said that they want to have two of them because they're unsure if they'll be able to have the same setup tomorrow. But you have a slight concern. You say you've been trying to kind of close off from all the daily updates so far for Melissa. Why?
Well, before I answer that, there was something I wanted to point out in your video.
Yes.
Where that area has open drains beside the road. I don't know if you noticed that load of marl that was placed right beside the drain. And this is another issue.
If we could just bring up that image so that we could, so our viewers could see what Dr. Barbara Carby is talking about. We will bring it back. That shot from Mitchelltown there, because in the shot you were mentioning the load of marl that was there was probably placed there by one of the political representatives or organized to kind of.
We're going to break away from this live feed of CVM. I'm going to break away from this live feed
ideal, Dr. Carby,
and show you a video that is coming into us from just a moment here, please. We're going to break away from this live feed. We're going to break away from that live feed there. I want to show you something else that's coming into us. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. This is the Mek Wi Talk program.
It's worse. Yeah.
All right. This is this video I'm going to show you. This video I'm going to show you right now is Mullines Road, the gully at Mullines Road. Listen to this video here and watch this video here.
Yeah.
And my part is all right, but you see further a little more Walter, so you think you building a truck.
Sink it. Yo.
Truck, them have ample time. You never like.
Yo, me expect the man to come deal with this already. Yo, I drop everything else I drop, you know.
Sink more in a truck. Just sink more the building.
Yo, you know, say
and
this.
What tell you
this? You say if that piece here.
Yes, sir.
Make sure zoom it. If that piece a drop out, you know, a problem,
do it.
That bridge here, nobody can come on the bridge, you know.
All right, I tell you what they are cooking. It's when rain fall over there, the water run in because it don't know.
Yeah, man, no, man.
And go in and go in a factory and it's bust out one part in at the factory at the wall column there so and go down. And it dig out in there so the dirt.
Yeah, man.
Watch what going on now. You see, anyhow, it come back down again, the wall have a drop.
It's going to drop. And I tell you, and the rain will here, so what we all get,
This going to drop, brethren. This don't look good. It don't look good, man. Nobody can drive on a bridge. Any of that drop? Nobody. And to tear it, we just want to make sure you know they make sure you know what they say. You over this, you can come over this, it's a warrant, you know. But brethren, yo, trust me, star, this don't look good, brethren.
The man attack, you know. And I make him know say anything for that bridge I go drop, you know. Nothing can drive on the bridge.
Nothing at all. People them have overtime. You know, somebody do the video already and send it out. Yeah. I'm not seeing nobody do nothing. You feel it get worse. It get worse. You feel the weakness a while ago, boss. The truck just drive on a while ago and shake like a crazy. Weak. You never used to see it, so.
No, you never used to shake so weak, Chucky. Never.
Just
Chucky, if you notice, you know, you see and the bigger part is like edge come up here.
Yeah.
You know, say it I get big tough. You come across, I join in, come across, it I get soft up to, you know. Yeah, so you jerking. The jerking, I feel up everything right on the top.
From right off there, so no. Yeah, yes.
You see the cracking, Chucky?
Yeah, man, yes.
Are you jerking, not Chucky?
Yeah, man, I jerk. Yeah, man, that get worse, man. Alright. Authority have come look on this.
For those who are just joining us, that's Mullines Road. This is what is going on at the gully at Mullines Road. This is what is going on at the gully at Mullines Road. And they're saying that if the amount of water is coming down Mullines through that gully there now, on Mullines Road, the bridge may wash away. Listen to what they're saying.
Yo, I drop everything else, I drop it.
Just a sink more the building.
Yo, you know, say this. I'm telling you this. You say if that piece here.
Yes, sir.
Make sure zoom it. If that piece I drop.
Let me take this opportunity here to call on Minister Desmond McKenzie and Robert Nestor Morgan. The gully near to the bridge on Mullines Road need urgent attention. And that is why, you know, I keep on saying to people who live on the gully bank, take heed and remove from there. What they're showing here and to the amount of water they said gonna come. We, the people who are living on the gully bank. The people who are living on the gully bank have to move. Listen to this video here. It's a very urgent and there's a very urgent video. And the authorities must take heed, must look into this. Listen to this.
Bridge, nobody can come on the bridge.
All right, I tell them about what they are cooking. It's when rain fall over there, the water run in because I don't know.
Yeah, man, no, man.
And go in and they go in a factory and it's bust out one part in at the factory at the wall column there so and go down. And it dig out in there so the dirt.
Yeah, man.
What going on now? You see, anyhow, it come back down again, the wall have a drop.
It's going to drop. I tell you, and the rain will here, so what we all get, this is going to drop, brethren. This don't look good. It don't look good, man. Nobody can drive on a bridge. Any of that drop? Nobody. And to tear it, we just want to make sure you know they make sure you know what they say. You over this, you can come over this, it's a warrant, you know. But brethren, yo, trust me, star, this don't look good, brethren.
The man attack, you know. And I make him know say anything for that bridge I go drop, you know. Nothing can drive on the bridge.
Nothing at all. People them have overtime. You know, somebody do the video already and send it out.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing nobody do nothing. It get worse. It get worse.
You feel the weakness a while ago, boss.
The truck just drive on a while ago and shake like a crazy.
Weak.
You never used to see it,
no,
so.
You never used to shake so weak, Chucky. Never.
Just
That's right. Chucky, if you notice, you know, you see and the bigger part is like edge come up here.
Yeah.
You know, say it I get big tough. You come across, I join in, come across, it I get soft up to, you know. Yeah, so you jerking. The jerking, I feel up everything right on the top.
From right off here, so no. Yeah, yes,
You
yes.
see the cracking, Chucky?
Yeah, man, yes.
Are you edging out? Are you jerking that, Chucky?
Yeah, man, I jerk it. Yeah, man, can get worse, man. Authority have come look on this.
Wow, 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 wow. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of this gentleman here who did this video. I got his number. I'm going to see if I can get a hold of him now to speak to us. Just a moment here, please.
Practice right around I bought to my private partners of around I Cameron Street.
Yeah.
And my party. Alright, but you see further a little more Walters. So we sink the building that Chucky.
Sink it. Yo.
Chucky, them have ample time. You know, like,
Yo, me expect the man to come deal with this already. Yo, I drop everything else I drop, you know.
Just to sink more the building.
Yo, you know,
and
if this,
I
tell you this, you save that piece here.
Yes, sir.
Make sure zoom it. If that piece drop out, you know, a problem, you know.
Done.
All that bridge, nobody can come on the bridge, you know.
Alright, I tell you what they are cooking. It's when rain fall over there, the water run in because I don't know.
Yeah, man, you know, man.
And go in and go in a factory and it's bust out one part in at the factory at the wall column there so and go down. And it dig out in there so the dirt.
Yeah,
see,
man.
What going on now? You see, anyhow, it come back down again, the wall have a drop.
It's going to drop. And I tell you, and the rain will here, so what we all get, this is going to drop, brethren. This don't look good. It don't look good, man. Nobody can drive on a bridge. Any of that drop? Nobody. Until tear it, me just want.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, people. The gentleman who just did this video, I got a hold of him. Chucky, welcome to the Mek Wi Talk program.
Yeah, man, good.
Talk to me. Where is this gully?
It's right on Mullines Road, Sandy Gully.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Once you come on the boulevard.
That's the Sandy Gully Bridge?
That's the Sandy Gully.
But
this is the one closer to Boulevard, and this is on Mullines Road, Seaward Drive, Edley Avenue, all that intersection right there.
But what I'm seeing here now, my good friend, let me pull up this video here. What I'm seeing there is a crack in the retaining wall.
It's a serious crack. It's been there for a while. I do that video. If you look on it, look on my thing, I do a video on it already. Good look a while now. Maybe a year or two ago, I did it.
Uh-huh.
So you understand?
This video here is a new video. That is
it's a new video. Yes, I do a new one. This is a new one I do again.
Uh-huh.
You understand? It's getting worse. Once that wall tear away, that's it.
So what is on that wall there now? What is behind that wall? A building?
You have a building, but you know it's mostly dirt under. So once that wall cave, it will be dangerous. Dangerous.
So tell me something, my good friend. You have a lot of people live on the Sandy Gully bank?
You have quite a few. You have quite a few people.
When last have they cleaned this gully? Because this gully let them just put some coochie carter thing there and that's it.
Well, the gully been them clean the gully, you know, to be honest, you know, the gully clean.
Yes.
But it's just that
the maintenance
it is so serious.
The maintenance of the gully
is no. Yeah, that's it. It is so serious. It need attention, but I guess now is not the time for that.
But this has been going on for how long now?
It's been a while, man. It's been a while there. It's been a while.
So
because if you go on my thing, you will see. If you go on my TikTok and go through my page, you will see where I did one before. I don't remember if it's not 2 years or year on us. You will see it, and I did back another one again.
Do me a favor, you see, when we come off of this call, I have some other stuff to ask you. When I come off of this call, you save this number in your phone. This is the Mek Wi Talk program. You WhatsApp it. WhatsApp me your link to your TikTok page. All right.
Okay.
Let me ask you this question, about the bridge now. I see where you show that there's a crack in the bridge.
Right.
Talk to me about that. In other words, tell me.
Because it's getting weak. And those heavy duty vehicle on it, constant riding. It's like, you know, it want to give way.
So all these years, you have never seen anybody come there to inspect the bridge at all?
Yeah, man, I see people come and inspect the bridge, you know.
Yes.
I see them come and inspect, but I don't see anything done to it. Like you say, all right, we're gonna do some servicing, or we're gonna do some repair on it. You understand? Yes, so it is very serious, trust me, and it's not gonna look good if we get the amount of water that them said we're gonna get. You understand? Just hope and pray. That's the only thing we can do, hope and pray.
Who is a member of parliament for that area?
All right. Is that kind of tricky because on the right,
yes,
it would be our prime minister. And then on the left now,
is Anthony Hilton.
Who is that? I'm trying to remember who is the MP for that era.
Anthony Hilton?
No, it's not Hilton. Hilton is way down by the next one.
Is it Angela Brownberg?
No, it's not Angela Brownberg. I soon tell you. Douglas. What name again? He's a new member. He's a new member now, but
okay.
I'll have his name and but I can't think call it out.
That's all right. So
so
tell me something now. You said that there's dirt behind there. Is that a building? I'm seeing some zinc fence on top of the wall.
No man, building is building is there, you know. Building is there.
Is the building? Is the building on top of the wall itself?
You have a building beside the wall. You just let them kind of block it off, make it look that way. You understand?
Oh.
But the building kind of there away from the wall, but whatever them put there, it finds it collapse.
And it look like the whole gully there's a sinking.
Yes, it sink. So I'm trying to go there, looking from this and see if I can do another thing and if there's any changes or anything still.
Please do that. And I wouldn't mind if when you're doing it, I have a live feed. I don't know if I can do that because I know I have another thing coming up at 6:30. I have another we have some disco town hall meeting pertaining to Hurricane Melissa.
Okay.
You know, we're doing so we can do some stuff to send down to Jamaica. But I saw this. I saw this in the transport group, and I decided to say, you know what? And I reached out to a friend of mine, and he gave me a number.
Oh, okay, nice.
Yeah, man, you're doing a great job, my brother. And based on so, tell me something. A lot of people live around that area.
Yeah, man, quite a few, man. Yes, man, enough people.
Anybody? So what's going on there? Anybody evacuating from that area?
Well, them on standby in case because maybe the St. Mary's Church. I think maybe St. Mary's Church is a place where they can go. I guess that St. Mary's Church is right next door. You understand?
Yes. So what about you? Are you
everybody on high alert?
Are you gonna be okay?
Yes, man. I'm gonna be okay, man. I'm gonna be okay. But I mean, we still have it there to see if we can do what we can do, if anything. So within another couple hours, I should be there and see what is up again.
And at the mouth of the Sandy Gully.
Yes.
Are you nearby there? Where the water run off into the sea? Are you nearby there? Could visit something there for me?
No, I'm not so close to the sea part.
Oh.
I'm further in the middle of the gully then.
Oh, because
that's a major part. That's a major part. Control like Halfway Tree, Meadowbrook. If anybody coming that side, Boulevard, you name it. Duane Park, anybody at all using is right there. They don't have to use if them going X point.
And all the water come down through that area to go down to the mouth of the Sandy Gully.
Right. All of that water come right down, go straight to the sea, go to Riverton, Spanish Town Road to the sea.
So if that is the case now, my good friend, if what they're saying gonna happen with this, all this barrage of water coming down from Timbuktu, all the way down,
right?
That wall is gonna that whole retina wall gonna collapse.
Oh my, exactly what I'm saying. If we get that water, it going to collapse. If we do, it going to.
And when that wall collapse, people gonna be flooded out.
Well, if it collapse, we just hope for the best. Said the people who's nearby or whatever the case, it don't continue and tear away the wall. Because if it continue tear away the wall, it's going to be dangerous.
You know something.
But again, the people on an alert already. I mean, no says them on the lookout. I'm sure about that. Them on the lookout. So, yeah.
You know something, Chuck? Let me tell you something. Successive government allow people to go and live on the gully bank. They don't provide proper lands and proper housing for our people. And it's full time we take politics out of these things. Government,
right. No politics.
Government is elected by the people, of the people, to serve the people, sir. And when the government cannot provide a thing as basic housing for the people, something is fundamentally wrong somewhere. Something is wrong somewhere. And it's full time that we, the people of this country, get up and speak out. How on earth can you have so many people, sir, live on the gully bank and they live there, but you don't do nothing to assist them? Isa?
Sometimes a blind eye, sometimes a turn a blind eye to certain things.
So why do people continue voting all because of them party? They don't vote for proper roads and proper cleaning and proper get lands for themselves and their family. This should not be, sir. We are 60-something years old, independent, sir. We, the Jamaican people, should be living like this. We should not be living like this. And it's full time all of us get up and understand that, listen to me, they are not our boss, we're the boss for them. How on earth can you have a gully looking like that? So you don't have people go around and inspect these things? If the barrage of water, Chucky, if that barrage of water is expected to come with this hurricane, may God Almighty have mercy on those people.
Yeah, boy. As I said, me know most of them prepare themselves in case anything. You understand? So we just hope. But what I'm gonna do as I reach that side, I will contact you if anything goes.
Yes, man, please do. Thanks for coming on the program at short notice.
Okay, no problem.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. Yep, take care.
You're welcome, sir. There you have it. A resident there, concerned resident in the Mullines Road area, who went and did a video, and I got a copy of the video of what is going on in Jamaica. The gully, the Sandy Gully and the McGregor Gully. I heard Minister Morgan, Robert Morgan, spoke about the McGregor Gully. He said that the McGregor Gully was not designed to carry the influx of water that they're supposed to get now. It was not designed for that. And all these years, we have successive government, and nothing has been done to these gullies in this country. For those who are just joining us, we're having some live footage from Jamaica, multiple cameras. People are still driving up and down same way. A little squall going on, and you know the flat bridge, the river, the flat bridge is rising right now. How on earth can you have a gully looking like this? Let me put up back this thing here. Hold on there for me. Look on the gully, look there.
Yeah.
And my part is all right, but you see further a little more water, so you sink it building that.
Sink it. Yo.
Chucky, them have ample time. Me not like
Yo,
God,
me
no.
expect the man to come deal with this
Them
already.
have ample time. Why the Chucky?
Yo, I drop everything else, I drop it.
Sink more in a Chucky. Just a sink more the building.
Yo, you know,
And
say
the
if
wall
this,
come
I
out
tell you
more.
this, you say if that piece here,
Yes, sir.
make sure zoom it. If that piece drop out, you know, a problem, you know.
Done.
All that bridge, nobody can come on the bridge, you know.
Alright, I tell you what there, Chucky. It's when rain fall over there, the water run in because it don't know.
Yeah, man, you know, man.
And go in and it go in a factory and it's bust out one part in at the factory at the wall column there so and go down and it dig out in there so the dirt.
Yeah, man.
What going on now? You see, anyhow it come back down again, the wall have a drop.
It's going to drop. And I tell you, and the rain will here, so what we all get, this is going to drop, brethren. This will look good. It don't look good, man. Nobody can drive on a bridge. Any other drop? Nobody. And to tear it.
I am appealing to Minister Desmond McKenzie and Robert Morgan. The bridge and Mullines Road where the Sandy Gully is, it can't stay so. And the people who live on that area, they only pray to God that this thing not collapse, you know. Because the amount of rain that is scheduled for this hurricane to drop on Jamaica, if those water coming down in the Sandy Gully towards the Mullines Road Bridge, and where that crack in that wall is that we're looking at there now, it's going to collapse. It is going to collapse, and all that area there, all that area there is going to have a problem. They're going to have a problem. This cannot be. This cannot be, man. This is 2025, and our people still living this way. At the appointed time, that's the time they decide to clean the gully. With Sankey Singh, sir. Huh? What Sankey Singh, sir? The appointed time, that's the time you decide to clean the gully. It cannot be. Look from when you're not supposed to clean the gully and fix the gully. I want to show you something here. I want to show you all something. The mouth of the Sandy Gully has not been cleaned. The mouth of the Sandy Gully has not been cleaned. And I want to show you this. Stand by. There it is. That's the mouth of the Sandy Gully.
Bridge, and this is the section. Morning team. So this is the state of the Sandy Gully Bridge, and this is the section that you see Riverton City across the road, and Seaview Gardens is just down the road. And this end of the gully goes out to the sea. Sandy Gully Bridge. Sandy Gully Bridge. Nothing is happening. No cleaning.
You see? Nothing is happening. No cleaning, nothing at the Sandy Gully Bridge. They said they cleaned it. Let me play about this thing here. They said that they clean it, you know. They said they clean it. But the mouth of the Sandy Gully that lead the water through to the sea is not cleaned. They clean everywhere else come down, you know. But that part where the water go out is not cleaned. So you know that people is going to be flooded out in that area. And the government is to be blamed. You hear Nestor Morgan said that if they should clean all of this tonight, I would never supposed to clean. I'm going to get 10,000 trucks. 10,000 trucks to clean it. 10,000. Huh? 10,000. Listen to what the young lady is saying.
Morning team. So this is the state of the Sandy Gully Bridge, and this is the section that you see Riverton City across the road, and Seaview Gardens is just down the road. And this end of the gully goes out to the sea. Sandy Gully Bridge. Sandy Gully Bridge. Nothing is happening, no cleaning, nothing. And this goes right down to the end.
How on earth can you clean the top of the gully to the middle of the gully, but where the water must exit the gully, that's not cleaned? Tell me that. How can that make any sense? How on earth can that make any sense? You clean the top of the sandy gully. The middle of it is cleaned. But where the water must exit the sandy gully to the sea is not cleaned. Can somebody tell me if Amina have no sense or Fimika base or Ghana or what? And now the minister is telling the people, and the prime minister is telling the people, that if they should clean all of this, they need at least 10,000 trucks and how much 1,000 ton of garbage. Why don't they make it wait too long? So that means from last year burial, nothing has been done. Harborview Bridge, oh Lord. Can somebody send me a picture of that? I don't understand this. I don't understand this. How on earth can you clean the top of a gully? It's just like you clean your house. You clean the middle of the living room, but the corners and crevices not clean. And you not clean your bathroom. So you clean the top of the gully, the middle of the gully, but where the water must exit the gully, that is not cleaned. The prime minister said that they get a backhoe and a kind of something to just make a little trench. And look at what? So for the whole, I don't understand this. Honestly, I don't understand what is going on in my country. A natural disaster is coming, about to happen in the country. A category 4 or 5 hurricane gonna hit the country. And they said the amount of water gonna drop on the country. And you're telling me that these people who's put there to represent, who's put there to lead this country, is not doing their duty, yet they get 300% increase in salary? I don't know. We live in some serious times in this country. Some very serious times we're living in this country. Some very, very serious times we're living in this country. Very serious times. Let's go back to the multi cameras that we're looking at. Only thing that is going on rapidly is the water in front of the waterfront in downtown Kingston. Let's see if we can get that to show you some more of it. Then we're gonna go off air and come back on with some other stories.
Sandy Gully Bridge.
There's a Sandy Gully Bridge again.
That you see Riverton City across the road, and Seaview Gardens is just down the road. And this end of the gully goes out to the sea. Sandy Gully Bridge. Sandy Gully Bridge. Nothing is happening, no cleaning, nothing. And this goes right down to the end.
This is a live shot of the waterfront in downtown Kingston. There it is. The sea is looking all choppy. It's like it's raining on the ocean, but it's not raining. It's drizzling on land. We're trying to hopefully we can get a live shot from St. Elizabeth, but it's not live. There, the sea's getting rough and the breeze start kicking up a storm. Sandy Gully. The Sandy Gully. The Sandy Gully. The exit of the Sandy Gully has not been cleaned. And the minister came on the program on the news conference this afternoon or this morning and said that if they should clean the mouth of the Sandy Gully, gonna take 10,000 trucks to clean it. 10,000. Yet you clean the middle of the Sandy, you clean the front of the Sandy Gully, you clean the middle, but the exit part of it you can't clean. That make any sense? It's like they don't have no money. They run out of money. That's a live shot of the Kingston Harbor. It's a live shot of Kingston Harbor. You can see the seas kicking up a storm and it's raining on the ocean. It's a live shot of the Kingston Harbor. Normally it will be clear and pretty. You can hardly see anything there. Can hardly see anything there. Ladies and gentlemen, people, thank you all for coming on. Maybe what I should do is keep this shot going. Should I? We're not seeing anything too much. Let me see something here. Maybe I can get a different. Let me figure out something here. Okay, hold on there. Let's switch over to something here. Let's stop this right here. Go over to here. Just a moment here, please. Let's go back to right here. Tufton is speaking.
Patients into or hospitals. I mean, you also mentioned that a lot of our public hospitals are already in emergency mode. Having seen these numbers, knowing that Melissa hasn't yet made landfall, how concerned are you, especially being on the ground and seeing these persons? How concerned are you?
Well, I'm concerned because I having not experienced, assuming the trajectory remains, hopefully not, but if it remains, you're talking about a Category 5 hurricane that we haven't seen, the likes of which we haven't seen maybe in 40 years. I think maybe Hurricane Gilbert, which I'm not even sure was so strong, but which wreaked havoc across the country and created a lot of challenges, flooding, destruction of property, and of course, injuries. We haven't seen such an occurrence since that time. It's important that Jamaicans treat it seriously, and the likely impact could be devastating in terms of property. We're trying to secure all lives. And so from a health perspective, we are preparing by making sure the hospitals are up, running and ready. They have adequate water supplies, food, that they are manned with the personnel that are necessary, and that the logistics coordinated sometimes with other agencies are in place to move persons, if so needed, to the hospitals. We also are careful to appeal to Jamaicans who need particular type of ongoing treatment, persons on medication, for whatever chronic illnesses they have, that they have adequate supplies. The National Health Fund is putting a contingency in place for after the fact, where if the roads are impassable, we can still attempt to reach persons. And then also some of the common challenges around health risk post the emergency would be things like waterborne and foodborne diseases. So how food is stored, where it is stored, destruction of food, where spoilage occurs. We have nearly 600 public health officers who are being briefed sufficiently to be deployed right after the fact, who will do inspections, who under the law reserve the right to discard and destroy foods that may be spoiled. So we encourage Jamaicans to store up on non-perishables, which would allow them the usage of those, and clean water, because turbidity becomes a natural consequence of flooding. And so water is not normally as safe as it would be under normal circumstances. Then there is the after effects of...
Just on that point, Minister, and I do want you to stress a little bit more that point. You spoke about it yesterday at the press conference, this issue of people, cooking spoiled meat, for example, that may have been on the fridge for a while, and current gone for 2-3 days. Somebody trying to cook meat in that was in the freezer because they don't want to waste it. But you're saying that in itself is a challenge. And I just wanted to make stress that point a little bit more in terms of meat that may be left in freezer, and somebody thinking, what, if you cook it, because once you boil it, nothing go wrong with it, it's good. And you're saying, no, that's not necessarily the case.
Well, clearly, if it's kept frozen, then it should be fine, as I understand it. But clearly, once it moves from being frozen to being, as we would say, thawed out and there for an ongoing basis, then there's always a likelihood of it being contaminated. Beyond that, of course, is waste, rodents. When rain comes, rats and so on, that maybe they want a dry place, and if the earth is soaked, the fields are soaked, they're going to move now to accommodating themselves in homes, which means the possibility of contaminating food supplies. So the health team will be out where they have to coordinate. They coordinate with the municipal authority and other agencies. But I think it's important for Jamaicans to be aware that food and proper storage, proper usage, not taking any chances are very critical, because food poisoning becomes almost a greater risk after an event such as this. And it can lead to major hospitalization and even fatality. The same applies to water and clean water. And I was going on to speak to the kids and managing people young ones or otherwise, who may be tempted to play in the pool or puddles of water, where those may also be contaminated and could lead to serious disease or injury, depending on what is in the water. Solid waste will move from one place to the next, so you never know what's there. So there's an entire operation that's required, starting with public education after the fact. But we stand ready to give that kind of support, as well as the rest of government.
Before we let you go, Dr. Tufton, just want to speak to your capacity as Member of Parliament now for West Central St. Catherine. What's the latest on the ground in your constituency?
Well, the constituency extends from the flats of St. John's Road all the way back to Bella's Gate up in the hills. So the risks vary. The flooding on the flats, and work has been done to clean gullies and drains to prepare for that. And then breakaways up into the hills, where roads would have become impassable. And then, of course...
Sorry, so roads impassable up in the hills where?
No, I mean, that's the risk of roads being impassable. So what we will do and have been doing is to monitor the situation. We have shelters, a number of schools that are shelters. and give the advisories for persons to secure themselves, use the shelters where necessary. And then we prepare with the immediate effect after the storm to go in to see if we have breakaways or flooding and how we can provide support. But as of now, I think everybody is ready, and it's just to wait this out and secure life and live until after the fact.
Minister Tufton, I want to put an issue to you that was raised earlier by a hotelier in Treasure Beach, St. Elizabeth, who was on our program regarding Black River Hospital. You know, he said he's concerned because of the location of the facility and whether or not special measures are being put in place to, you know, safeguard not just the healthcare workers there, but also patients who may need to visit the hospital. What exactly is happening or will happen on the ground, if anything planned for Black River Hospital?
Right, so there's a partial evacuation that's taking place at Black River Hospital. The facility is on the coastline, literally. A new seawall was built recently, a 12-foot wall, I think it is, which will buffer any surge that comes in. But we do anticipate, given where the storm is entering the island, which is on that coastline, along that that corridor, that we will see some flooding on the hospital compound. So we're relocating some of the staff and services further inland.
To where exactly, please?
Sorry?
To where exactly? Relocating them?
There is a facility, I don't remember the name of the church facility that's further across the road inland that some of the services are being relocated to. And then for some of the inpatient care that can't be relocated, we're moving them on the top floor. So the bottom level of the building will be vacant and allow for flooding if that happens. And the patients, their support staff, and of course, and supplies will be on the higher levels that will give hopefully some relief to that potential threat. There are other hospitals that are along the coastline, Falmouth, Noel Homes in Hanover, and I think there's one other. And there are evacuation plans that are in place just in case those facilities become inundated, sufficient to move people.
I'm sorry,
So
Minister, we do have to go. You said there are more hospitals in addition to Black River that are being evacuated now. Could you just name those?
I'm saying that the hospitals along the coastline, Falmouth and Noel Homes being the key ones, have an evacuation plan. So if there's a need for them to be evacuated, they will exercise that plan. And those have been discussed with them.
All right. That was the Health Minister, Dr. Christopher Tufton. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Minister. Sure. I would just ask that as soon as you get the details of the additional 2 deaths that he shared with us, that he does share those with us here on CVM TV. That was Health Minister, Dr. Christopher Tufton. As we stand by now to go to Ambassador Audrey Marks, she is the Member of Parliament for North East Manchester, and she now joins us. Ambassador Marks, good afternoon, and thank you so much for joining us. And as we stand by to hear from Ambassador Marks Amoy, just want to update our viewers on what's happening now with Hurricane Melissa. So when we spoke a little earlier, it was here, Hurricane Melissa, then it was here. It's a little bit above right now. That's the very latest now on tracking Melissa, literally tracking Melissa, and that's the projected path from the Zoom Earth link that we are now tracking. I know, gather we have Ambassador Marks online. Good afternoon, Ambassador Marks. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. And I'm looking at that path too and keep praying that it just continues west before turning.
And we're right there with you in that prayer, saying that same prayer and singing all sorts of psalms with you, hoping that that does in fact happen. Although the meteorologists have said to us that it actually has already started its track north, and this is where it's going. So that's what the meteorologists have said. Let's hope, based on what you are hoping for, that it goes back west a little bit more. But we're hearing from some of your team earlier, members of your team, sorry, that you are trying to get people in your constituency to shelters. You've been on the road all morning in your constituency and afternoon as well. What's happening on the ground?
Well, the persons who are in need, or in need of shelters, I think they're turning out but It's not a heavy usage so far, but the facilities are there. There are 6 shelters up and operating in Cristiano, at the high school, at Shortley, at Chantilly, Craighead, and Mount Olivet. So we have all over the constituency, we have made shelters available, and we have spread the word around that they're available. And I was just visiting to make sure everything is in place and to encourage residents, if you see a need, please go to the shelter. It's there, the nearest shelter. So that was part of it. And I was also just looking at some of the service providers at the police station, making sure that they are, equipped to move very quickly if needed. And so that was part of why I was on the road earlier.
Yeah. What's the take-up like so far for the shelters in the constituency? You said that there are 6 of them. Has anybody gone to any of them just yet?
Yes, we have persons in the shelters currently.
All 6?
Sorry?
All 6?
Well, I visited 4 so far, and then I heard you're leaving at 4, so I've stopped to speak with you. And I saw persons in all 4 so far. We have 2 more to visit.
Yeah, and what's the numbers like in the 4 of them?
The Christiana High School, it was a good turnout, about 10 persons. The other locations, just 2 or 3 persons so far. That was earlier in the day.
Okay, you did send a message to us saying it's getting bad now. What exactly do you mean by that?
I was on my way to the Craighead Primary School, but the winds, they had picked up a bit, and I saw the trees going in all directions. I didn't want to be on the road when the storm seemed to be more heading this way, and the wind was much heavier, much stronger than earlier. So I turned back. But what I've noticed is that there'll be a sort of burst where you have strong winds, and then it gets calm again, and then it comes again. So we just really, we all need to be very careful that when it's calm again, we don't think it has stopped and get out there. So I've now decided that this is it for me. For the most of the day, in terms of going to the further locations, I'll go to the nearer ones.
Yeah, I'm happy you said that, because that's what I was going to say. You're saying that, we all need to be careful, but we should be telling you to be careful, because you're the one out there having to turn back from the Craighead area because of the winds. Where exactly are you now in the constituency? As we look at some images that your team has shared with us of you out there today, we're looking at that yellow and blue building now. Where is that exactly in the constituency?
That was the Shortley Community Center. Yes.
Shortley Community Center. Okay, and you're speaking to us right now from where exactly?
I'm still in Shortley area.
You're still in the Shortley area, and you're surrounded there by those are your workers or people who work at the shelters?
The shelter manager, and there also you see we have Councillor David Knight. He's the PNP councillor for the Walderston Division. And what is really good now is that we're all working together as elected representatives to make sure we're out there giving support for those in need.
Speaking of support, Ambassador, we know Manchester is home to a lot of Jamaica's farmers. I mean, earlier Prime Minister at the press briefing today, Dr. Andrew Holness, he mentioned that agriculture, if Melissa continues on the path that she's currently on, agriculture will be significantly affected. What type of support are farmers in your constituency being offered at this time?
We're not doing anything specific for the farmers at this time. We're just making sure everyone who has a need to have shelter or need supplies to make sure their homes are safer. That's the focus now. Right after this stage of getting everyone safe, and after the storm passes, the hurricane at this stage, then the focus will be on recovery. And part of the recovery will be a focus on our farmers to see how quickly they can recover.
We've been getting some videos from morning from persons in Manchester who are saying that, the environment right now is relatively calm. They're seeing some winds, they're seeing some rainfall. Have you received any reports of major infrastructural damage in any area?
We had 3 areas where we had landslides and we had trees coming down, blocking the roads. And we are on to that. We are working with the relevant authorities. and also some local volunteers to move the trees out of the road so persons can, those who are still out can get home safely this evening. And what is really good is that there's an all-of-government approach happening right now, all the ministries.
Before you go on to the all-of-government approach, Ambassador Marks, on those, you said the 3 landslides and fallen trees. Where did the landslides take place?
There are some in the Devon area.
How significant are those?
So far, not significant. We are able to move things around pretty quickly. Persons are out keeping the roads clear at this point. So, we did quite a lot of work over the last 3 days, clearing the drains, doing the bushing. So we are expecting much more rain. We'll have much more rain tonight, and we are hoping that with the work that we have done, there'll be free flow of the water off the roads, and that will minimize the flooding that we expect to happen as a result of the volume of rains that will be coming down tonight to tomorrow.
I saw a video shared by businessman Gordon Swaby on X earlier, sharing a fallen tree blocking a road. This in Devon, actually, in Manchester. We'll try to get in our system, and we saw the light poles as well being affected by that. Is that now being worked on? And looking at it right now, this video just navy, well, actually burgundy and cream looking wall, and I can see a massive tree right across the road. I'm seeing fire as well on the electricity wires there. Is this issue being treated with now, or has it been sorted?
Yes, we're working on that right now. I think it might be moved by now, but that was one of the trees we were speaking about earlier when I said that these trees have fallen and some roads were blocked, but I believe they are now cleared because persons were going out to get them cleared.
Oh, and we do hope that those persons who are working on these in these areas, they do stay safe. I'm looking at the wire in this video right now, and I'm seeing literally the fire gushing, running along that. So it's a very dangerous time. Of course, it's also raining. So persons trying to do some of the emergency work, we do wish them safety. We do wish you and your team, safety as well as you continue your very difficult work and responsibilities, Ambassador Marks.
Thank you so much, and I'm very appreciative of this opportunity to again say to the residents, if you see a need to move out of your home, please do so right now, and that we have shelters available near wherever you are living in the constituency.
Yeah. All right. We want to thank you so much. That was Ambassador Audrey Marks. She is the Member of Parliament for North East Manchester. That seat held for many years by Audley Shaw. Ambassador Marks now holds that seat, and she's in the constituency visiting 4 of about 6 shelters so far. And just to confirm, Ambassador Marks, food is being provided. We saw inside one of the shelters just now, it appeared to be inside one of the shelters. Their food is there as well for persons who need to shelter there. Will you be providing care packages?
Care packages will be coming, but we encouraged persons earlier to take their supplies. We just, at this point, will have more like snacks and, of course, water, blankets, cots, the things to just, it's a shelter.
Essential. Yeah.
Tomorrow we'll then start to move in more supplies.
Okay. And where's this one that we're looking at right now on screen, the white and the blue?
Oh, that is the same Shudley Community Center.
Okay. All right.
And I think earlier there was one you showed a picture that was Christiana High School.
Okay.
We have Christiana High School, as I said before, Shudley. Where is that? Craighead High School, Mount Olivet. Where else did I? Chantilly. Those are all operating at this point.
Okay. All right. So Ambassador Audrey Marks, Member of Parliament for North
Devon, and Devon Primary School also.
Okay. All right.
Those are 6 operating right now. And we have 12 designated centers. So if there's more need, we will open up more locations.
I just want to extend the invitation right this moment, even before I let you go, Ambassador Marks. As soon as there are any updates in your area, if anything changes, do let us know so we can broadcast it as well. So please send the information to us here. You have our WhatsApp numbers, myself and our producer, Andre Jebinson. So please keep the communications line flowing. We are here working with you and the government and the people of Jamaica to broadcast this issue and to bring help where we can and highlight what's happening everywhere all across Jamaica.
Thank you, and thank you for the work that you're doing in terms of this communication and just allowing us as the representatives out here to use your facilities to continue communicating to persons what is happening and what they should be doing. Really appreciate it and keep safe.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. You too.
Thank you.
All right, so Amoy, we're going to stand by again to get some more images from inside the eye of Melissa, or Hurricane Tracker friends. We do have some more images as we just kind of bring it up back so that people can see what the eye of the storm looks like. And just a reminder, viewers, if you weren't here earlier, we shared an image of what the inside of the eye of Melissa looked like, and this was taken earlier today. As I just now step back out of the shot to allow our viewers to see that, to see what inside Melissa looks like. Now, just to say that these hurricane hunters, they usually go to these places and they stay there for sometimes extended periods, doing their assessments and getting data to help inform what they share with the public.
Right.
These ones, though, when they went there, as we shared earlier, in case you're just joining us, viewers, the report that we're getting, and just so I don't misquote them,
right?
And I read I want to share exactly what they said, and I'm just heading quickly back into one of our groups that was shared with us. They reported that the National Hurricane Center aircraft left the storm early after experiencing severe turbulence in the eye wall. Hurricane hunters rarely leave. Melissa is that bad, and you can see that note as well on your screen coming from the hurricane hunters who did this earlier today.
There you have it. We are going
to, in fact, something that is.
We're going to break away from that for a while and go back to normal programming. You see, we talk about the we talked about the Sandy Gully a short while ago, and I want to show you something now that was just sent to me. It was actually sent to me personally. The person said it comes from the office of the Prime Minister. So that the office of the Prime Minister is asking me to show this. I'm going to show it. It was just sent to me a while ago. The Prime Minister went to the Sandy Gully. This is him walking to the Sandy Gully with his security details. This is him at the Sandy Gully, looking over the Sandy Gully. Sending me this, I don't know what it's going to do because the gully, the mouth of the Sandy Gully is in terrible condition. So, Prime Minister Holness, is good for you to go there, sir. But they should have cleaned the Sandy Gully exit where the water is coming from. Well, he is speaking to some residents there also. This is him speaking to somebody there from the community of the Sandy Gully. And his security details around him with umbrella and everything like that. So there you have it. Prime Minister Andrew Holness went to the Sandy Gully exit on the Sandy Gully Bridge to examine what is going on there. The working Prime Minister is working, you know. I see him working there. Let me hear myself. So the Prime Minister of Jamaica heard we talking about the Sandy Gully. Obviously, he went there and end up, I have some footage, some photograph of him standing on the Sandy Gully Bridge, looking over, speaking to the technocrats about what they can do for now. Because if they don't do something with this, and the amount of water that's going to come with this system here, the bridge will end up going away. So there you have it. Prime Minister Andrew Holness there visiting the Sandy Gully. Too late indeed. There is also a video that was sent to me. I'm going to see if I can get this video. Where the Prime Minister was just speaking to, I think it's CVM, not CVM, one of those international news out of the United States. Let me see if it's this one here. Just a moment here. Let me see if it's this one here. The Prime Minister was speaking to, okay, no, it's not this one. I still have to show you this anyhow. Let's back out of this. Uh-oh. Let's go back to this one here. Stand by for us, please. As Prime Minister Andrew Holness was speaking to CNN. I want to hear what he said on CNN. But there you go. He went to visit the Sandy Gully. He went to visit the Sandy Gully, and obviously they have been hearing when we speak. So he went to visit the Sandy Gully, and I hope they can do something now.
We're in New Haven, St. Andrew, where they have been having persistent flood.
With the Sandy Gully here, I hope they can do something now for it, because that bridge there and the gully itself, the bridge look very weak. I hope this is it. No, it's not it. Hold on for me. Let me do this here, because I need to show it to you. Yes, here it is. He spoke about the preparation for the coming of this hurricane to CNN. Obviously, one of CNN reporters is in Jamaica, and he went directly to the office of the Prime Minister to speak to him. Okay. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Just a moment here, please. Okay. We're going to give you some footage here. Office of the Prime Minister. Let's do this here. Okay, here we go. Prime Minister Andrew Holness speak to somebody, a journalist from, not somebody, speak to a journalist from CNN. The video is not owned, nor we own the copyrights of this video. We're just using it for educational purposes. Let's do this here.
You're actually with Jamaica's Prime Minister right now.
Yeah, that's right, Casey. We have a very unique perspective to tell our viewers. We're in the Prime Minister's offices at the moment, and I'm going to bring him in to ask him some questions about how his government is approaching this storm. This is Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness. Thank you so much for your time. How is your government preparing Jamaica for a monster Category 5, and who's most vulnerable?
Well, the preparations first start with ensuring that our people are safe, particularly our most vulnerable. So we have a system of disaster management, an Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, that coordinates all stakeholder efforts, which would include our emergency services, our National Defense Force, our police, the Ministry of Health, Social Security. And so that apparatus has been stood up and is working quite effectively. Then there is the information side of things to ensure that the public has enough knowledge about what is happening and what is likely to occur. And I think most Jamaicans now know that we have a storm, a hurricane, which is quite unusual. It's been sitting on the south coast of Jamaica for a few days now.
The strongest storm on the planet.
Strongest storm now, and it is likely to turn north. So that means it could have an impact on our shores more to the western end of Jamaica. And if that were to happen, and I've said it before, I don't believe there's any infrastructure within this region that could withstand a Category 5 storm. So there could be significant dislocation. So every Jamaican, I believe, understands how this threat is severe. So evacuations, taking higher ground, protecting your property, keeping your family safe, I believe the personal responsibility that each Jamaican would have to take, that is understood.
Hurricane Gilbert was a benchmark storm for so many people here nearly 40 years ago, but it was also an economic disaster. So what are you doing to prevent economic implications from this hurricane?
Well, since Hurricane Gilbert, improvements in the building code, improvement in our infrastructure would certainly have put us in a better position to respond to natural disasters. But we have also improved our fiscal management, our financial management of our affairs to put us in a better position to be able to mount an effective response. Look, the key to this is to ensure that you are properly prepared, and during the disaster, you manage how people respond. And if those two things are done correctly, then at the end of the disaster, you're in a much better position to recover more quickly. And so that's what we're trying to do. The preparations are in place. We believe the citizens are in a much better position how to treat with the disaster. And then as soon as the hurricane has passed, then the relief effort, the recovery effort, the rebuilding effort, all of those have been lined up.
Okay, so the people of Jamaica, one big family, do you have any final words to tell them before the storm sets in?
You know, Jamaica is a largely religious Christian country, and we have been praying. And I urge all Jamaicans and people who are, friendly well-wishers of Jamaica to continue to pray that this hurricane does not hit us directly.
Prepare for the worst.
Prepare for the worst.
And pray for the best. There we go. I like it. Thank you very much for your time, Jamaican Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, a unique perspective for our viewers, Casey, here on the ground, and what Jamaica's government is doing to prepare for this monster.
Nothing. Indeed, and we will be thinking about and praying for all the residents of Jamaica as they face this down. Let's bring in CNN meteorologist Chris Warren with more on the forecast here. Chris, this is a slow-moving storm. It's basically tracking at what I understand is a slow walking pace. What makes this storm unique?
That's the number one thing. Well, first, the fact that it is so strong, the strongest on Earth this year, and then it is a slow mover, has multiple implications with this. So here it is, and keep in mind the strongest of the winds, the catastrophic winds that we're talking about, that are 175 mile per hour winds, that's going to be in a relatively small area right in the eye wall, so the edges of that eye, and that is going to be the most dangerous in terms of wind. In terms of rain, that spreads out pretty much anywhere there's tropical moisture, and then there's the mountains as well that get that much more water out of the atmosphere. Slow moving, possibly Category 5 hurricane making landfall early tomorrow morning, possibly on the west end of Jamaica, and then eventually working across Cuba and across the Turks and Caicos and Bahamas. But Casey, yes, the slow nature of this overnight hurricane force winds, rain after rain, it's going to be the flooding. It'll be deadly with landslides and mudslides as well.
All right, Chris Warren for us with that update. Chris, thank you.
This is Mek Wi Talk breaking news. Sorry. I'm here chatting myself away. I do apologize about that. Here we go. There will be a town hall meeting this evening. Let's Connect town hall meeting. The topic will be Hurricane Melissa. And the town hall meeting will be hosted by Jamaican Ambassador to the United States, His Excellency Major General Anthony Anderson, Ambassador of Jamaica to the United States. And the town hall meeting will be about Hurricane Melissa. And apparently they're having this town hall meeting to see what the Jamaican diaspora can do to assist Jamaica in the time of needs. It will be live, and I hope to bring it live right here on the Mek Wi Talk program. The Mek Wi Talk program was scheduled to have a program this evening with Jamaica Consul General to Miami, Consul General His Excellency Olivier Mayer. But because of this town hall meeting, it's a possibility that that program will be canceled to accommodate this town hall meeting here. So there will be a Let's Connect town hall meeting, and the topic will be Hurricane Melissa and how the Jamaicans in the diaspora can assist. It will be hosted by His Excellency Major General Anthony Anderson, Ambassador of Jamaica to the United States. So at 6:30, that's 5:30 Jamaica time, 6:30 here in the United States in South Florida, there will be a Let's Connect town hall meeting with Jamaicans from all over the diaspora, Canada, well, all over the diaspora here in the United States. And the town hall meeting will be hosted by His Excellency Major General Anthony Anderson, Ambassador of Jamaica to the United States. At Monday the 6th, Monday at 6:30 p.m., 27th of October, 2025. He will host this town hall meeting this evening. And of course, it will be live right here on the Mek Wi Talk program. We're going to see if we can bring it live. As I said before, we're supposed to have a meeting with a forum, rather, interview with Consul General Oliver Mayer of Miami, because he's doing a tremendous job in Miami trying to get relief down to Jamaica as soon as this hurricane passed Jamaica and flights can get to go in. And I know Jamaicans overseas and Jamaicans here in the diaspora in the United States and Jamaicans beyond the shores of the United States who live in Canada, England, and Europe. They're going to want to find out how can they send things down and they're not so much taxes and so much fee by customs. I'm pretty much sure at this Let's Connect town hall meeting this evening with Ambassador Anthony Anderson, that they will be discussing that too. I'm very low. I think there's something wrong with your thing. I'm not low. Am I that low? Are you hearing me now? I know what's going on here. Okay, let me repeat this for you. A Let's Connect town hall meeting hosted by His Excellency Major General Anthony Anderson, Ambassador of Jamaica to the United States. And the topic will be Hurricane Melissa. And it will be a discussion on how they can assist Jamaica. So there will be a town hall meeting. We're going to try and bring it live to you. I'm pretty much sure that a lot of us are going to ask questions on this platform here this evening. It's a Zoom platform where we are going to go on and ask questions. I think Wilfred Rattigan and myself will be on this program this evening to ask some pertinent questions pertaining to our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, and in particular, our brothers and sisters in St. Elizabeth, because Hurricane Beryl came and majority of the people of St. Elizabeth didn't get any help. I'm not saying individual help. I'm pretty much sure that they need help from government and they did not get any. So this Let's Connect town hall meeting this evening is in regards to the hurricane that is passing through Jamaica. And Ambassador, His Excellency Major General Anthony Anderson will be hosting this town hall meeting this evening. We're going to try and bring it live on the Mek Wi Talk program here for others to see and view and maybe take part in it. So there you have it. We're going to go off air now. We're trying to wait until the latest advisory put out by the National Hurricane Center in Miami. But I don't think we can wait on that now. So what we're going to do is show you 2 more videos, and then it's a possibility that we go off air. It all depends if any more news come into the center here. Then we will just stand by and don't go off air. But let me see something here. Someone was just sent to me a short while ago. Let's do this. Jamaicans, we all know that Jamaica is a Christian country, a Christian-minded country, and people from all walks of life. I see where singer, writer, Pastor Donnie McClurkin has sent out a prayer for Jamaica. I see wherein a friend of Jamaica, a statesman of all time in the Caribbean, Dr. the Most Honorable Ralph Gonzalez, Dr. the Most Honorable Ralph Gonzalez has sent out a message to the people of Jamaica in this trying time that we are going through here in this country of ours. And I see where some other people has been praying for the country. We're gonna show you some videos of people praying for Jamaica. Let me see if I can get it here to show it to you.
I surrender all to Him. I freely give. I will ever love and trust Thee. In His presence. Daily live.
Jesus. Hallelujah.
There you have it. Jamaicans are taking to the Lord in prayer.
I surrender all to Him. I freely give. I will ever love and trust Thee.
In His presence.
Daily live.
Jesus. Hallelujah.
There you have it, Jamaicans on top of their roof singing and partying. Okay, that's not no time for this now.
Sure you know they make sure they know what they're saying.
There you have it. Jamaicans are praying and asking God for help. And we're going to offer some prayers right now before we go off air for God to help this nation of ours.
Eternal and sovereign God, we come before you today the God of righteousness, the God of justice, the God of peace. We come today, oh God, in no other name but the name of Jesus Christ. We come, Lord, putting our Jamaica land we love in your hands. Almighty God, it is your word that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then and only then you will hear from heaven and heal our land. And Almighty God, without a vision, the people perish. And so today, Lord, we come because Jamaica is weighed down under the weight of corruption. We're polluted, oh God, by cronyism and nepotism. But today, Lord, we come in your name and we say, Lord, rise up leaders like Moses who led the people out of bondage. Rise up leaders like Nehemiah who had a clean hands and clean heart. We pray, God, that you will rescue Jamaica and sound the trumpet in Zion, sound the alarm, oh God, that Jamaica will understand that you, oh God, cares for the people of this country. And so, Lord, we come against every badmanism. We come against every plans of the enemy. And like David said in the wilderness, you come with spear and javelin. Come in the name of the Lord God of hosts, the army of Israel. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Hallelujah.
Eternal Father, I come acknowledging that we have sinned against the people of Jamaica. We have sinned against our fellow man. We have sinned against our family members and relatives. We have sinned against our neighbors, strangers and visitors. We have sinned against the children, the youth and the unborn. We have sinned against the poor and the weak and the elderly and the sick. We have sinned against the free and the imprisoned. We have sinned against those in the care of the state, including the children, the mentally ill, the elderly, the prisoners, and others. We repent, O God, of all our sins committed against these and all persons, local and international, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
There you have it. A prayer for the nation. Somebody was saying I should pray about the prayer again. I think I'm going to do it. Here we go.
Eternal and sovereign God, we come before you today. The God of righteousness, the God of justice, the God of peace. We come today, oh God, in no other name but the name of Jesus Christ. We come, Lord, putting our Jamaica land we love in your hands. Almighty God, it is your word that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then and only then you will hear from heaven and heal our land. And Almighty God, without a vision, the people perish. And so today, Lord, we come because Jamaica is weighed down under the weight of corruption. We're polluted, oh God, by cronyism and nepotism. But today, Lord, we come in your name and we say, Lord, rise up leaders like Moses who led the people out of bondage. Rise up leaders like Nehemiah Nehemiah, who had a clean hands and clean heart. We pray, God, that you will rescue Jamaica and sound the trumpet in Zion, sound the alarm, oh God, that Jamaica will understand that you, oh God, cares for the people of this country. And so, Lord, we come against every badmanism. We come against every plans of the enemy. And like David said in the wilderness, you come with spear and javelin. Come in the name of the Lord God of hosts, the army of Israel. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Hallelujah.
Eternal Father, I come acknowledging that we have sinned against the people of Jamaica. We have sinned against our fellow man. We have sinned against our family members and relatives. We have sinned against our neighbors, strangers and visitors. We have sinned against the children, the youth and the unborn. We have sinned against the poor and the weak and the elderly and the sick. We have sinned against the free and the imprisoned. We have sinned against those in the care of the state, including the children, the mentally ill, the elderly, the prisoners, and others. We repent, O God, of all our sins committed against these and all persons, local and international, in the name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
There you have it. There you have it. The Prime Minister praying for the nation, and other people praying for the nation of Jamaica. What you're looking at now is downtown Kingston.
That's just very heavy rain. My goodness. Yeah, we really got to keep on watching that river. The hurricane hasn't made impacts yet, so technically it hasn't started. Wow, look at that tree moving back and forth too. Definitely some stronger storms moving into Kingston now. Will I be live in Bermuda? I'd have to research. Oh, wow. Yeah, look at this. You can't even see Kingston anymore from this camera. There's so much rain. Let me see what language Bermuda speaks. Like, people in Jamaica can understand what I'm saying, but you know, if I don't broadcast to like countries I don't speak the language of, because they wouldn't be able to understand what I'm saying. Oh, they speak English. That's the official language in Bermuda. Maybe. If it does make direct landfall. Yeah, very, very heavy rain. Here, you can actually see the wind moving across the ocean here. Look at that. This is the heaviest downpour we've seen in Kingston the entire time since we've been watching. The impacts of the dry eye just basically means you have a big vacuum inside of the storm. That's an indicator of very low pressure. Lower the pressure, the stronger the storm, typically. And our pressure is almost near record levels, like world record levels, about 40 millibars away from that. But the the vacuum is so intense at the center of Hurricane Melissa that the dry air. The vacuum evacuates all of that moisture. And so the lower the pressure gets, the drier the air gets inside of the eye, and can be an indication of just how strong the storm is. And yeah, a world record has been set in terms of dryness of the eye of Melissa. Probably would get chapped lips in there if I had to guess. Some pretty serious chapped lips.
I absolutely love Americans. Canadians love Americans. We love the U.S. We are close.
Oh, Lord. Sorry about that. I was trying to get the news, the latest weather report. I do apologize about this. Not the one that I want at all. We do apologize about this. Let's go back to this then. We're trying to get the weather to you. Stand by for us, please. We do apologize about this. There is something that, okay.
My house really, affected so much because, we do a lot of preparation, my brother-in-law and the family put in hand, ahead of time.
Why not relocate? Why are you still living close to the Sandy Gully?
Well, we have different locations, My family per se have different locations, but you don't know, we have sentimental attachment to the community after being here so many years, and we not leave out the people. You understand? We rather stay with the community and make sure, we put our hands together and strengthen the community instead of just migrate to the hills or country. You understand?
With Melissa now making her way to Jamaica, what has been the preparation been like for residents of Seaview?
Well, everybody pull together whatever little piece of rope we can get, whoever what little wall nail, something, we make, have a little meeting, say if anybody, don't have the necessary facilities to stay, they can come over there. The MP and local guys have some of the people know about. Check on the neighbors, the elderly and whatever throughout the time. Like you come and see us now, we outside checking around on the little neighbors and whoever not able to do it on their own.
Despite the looming threat of Hurricane Melissa, these residents are taking what precautions they can, drawing strength from one another as they await the storm's passage. Their hope is simple, that this time their homes will withstand the force of nature and that the promise of a more permanent fix will be realized once the skies clear. Halshade Burke, TVJ News.
And now, to end this update, we bring you shots of the
You have every tool in your toolbox at your disposal. There is this friendly wager between you.
I was trying to get something to play to you. I don't know why this thing keep on muting by itself. For you to listen to, hold on for me. As at 5 p.m. rather, Eastern Standard Time, advisory on Monday, October 27th. The center of Hurricane Melissa was located near latitude 16.4 north, longitude 77.8 west. At 100 and winds at 160 miles and 130 miles southwest of Kingston, Jamaica, moving at 3 miles per hour. That's it, this is a dangerous thing, and it's not moving at all. It's not moving. It's not moving at all. Let me to get something here. I take out of the whole of this and get something up here. Let me get something here. Okay. Go home to the. Okay. Okay, stand by for us, please. We're trying to get every other. You see what happened? You know, I can't put up certain things on here because apparently 55 minutes ago. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this then. Skip here. All right, I have something to show you then, the latest advisory on the hurricane. Then we're gonna go. Latest advisory on the hurricane. Let's do this.
Historical hurricanes that have actually made landfall on Jamaica, and there was only 3. The most recent was Sandy back in 2012 as a Category 1 hurricane, and then Gilbert in 1988, as Mark was just mentioning, as a Category 3. This one was the strongest to make landfall on Jamaica, and then Charlie back in 1951, also a Cat 3, but winds slightly less than what Gilbert was at landfall. Now, again, looking at the storm as a whole, Category 5 sustained winds of 175 miles an hour. So when you put that into perspective with regards to the entire Atlantic basin since the 1920s, this is the 8th ever Category 5 that we've had in the month of October. And then it's also one of the strongest that we've seen in the month of October. Wilma is at the top back in 2005 with 185 mile an hour sustained winds. But then in 4th place right here, 175 with Melissa. So it is a very impressive and potentially going to be a catastrophic storm down there in the Caribbean.
You hear that? A catastrophic hurricane at 175 miles an hour. Ladies and gentlemen, people, join me back here at 6:30 when we come to you live from the Jamaican Embassy in Washington, D.C. for Let's Connect. I am Jeffrey Tavares saying so long. Until then, may God bless you. May God bless our island home, Jamaica land we love. We'll come back to you live before that to bring you live coverage of Hurricane Melissa, Category 5, heading to Jamaica. Good afternoon, everyone.
Mek Wi Talk. Unity is strength. Mek we reason. Mek we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Mek we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Mek we reason. Mek we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Mek we talk. Mek we talk. Unity is strength. Mek we reason. Mek we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Mek we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Mek we reason. Mek we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Mek we talk. Mek we talk. Unity is strength. Mek we reason. Mek we talk. If we see corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Mek we talk. Jeffrey Tavares represents Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affects the life of our nation, uncover the truth. Mek we reason. Mek we talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va. No upper echelon. Nobody is not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica. Mek we talk. Mek we talk. Unity is strength. Mek we reason. Mek we talk. corruption in any shape or form, we're going to highlight it. Mek Wi Talk. Jeffrey Tavares represent Yard and Broad and the entire diaspora. As long as it affect the life of our nation, uncover the truth, make we reason, Mek Wi Talk. And we don't care about no vumva viva va, no upper echelon, nobody's not above the law. As long as it not help Jamaica, Mek Wi Talk. Mek Wi Talk. Unity, strength, make we reason, Mek Wi Talk.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, Mek Wi Talk, my people, Mek Wi Talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Mek Wi Talk, people, Mek Wi Talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark the talk and you will see conflicts of A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, Mek Wi Talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Mek Wi Talk.
No upper echelon, nobody's not above